Hello, and let's see if this works. Hello, can you hear us? Hello, Tony, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes. Hi.
Woo! We got somewhere.
Hello.
Oh God, that was a very deprived woo to start off the event. We've got 4 people watching, which is, I think, a little bit scary for me. But we've got 4 to start off with, and then hopefully we're going to pick up during the evening. And now I can hear my echo on my phone, which is not great. So hello everyone. So we're going to
Is
be
it is
here. What's that,
I was saying
Tony?
2 of the 4 it's us. So I was saying two of
Yeah.
us, 2 of the 4 it's us. So don't worry.
That's right. Well, it might be, yeah. So yeah, we're here from what, 7 till 12
UK time.
UK time. Oh yeah, I forgot we're now global for some reason. So 7 to 12 UK time, 8 till 1 in European time, 1 till 6 in I think somewhere in America, and I think it's nearly 1 o'clock in Australia at the moment. I think I can get a thumbs up from someone in the green room from Australia telling me if it's 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock. Um, it's 2 o'clock in Australia, so it's already past
Okay.
Trans Day of Visibility there. So unfortunately, we couldn't get to Australian time. So Tony, do you want to talk a bit about what Trans Day of Visibility is and why we're here?
So Trans Day Visibility started in 2010, and it started for an increased negativity connected with trans people in the media. So it was starting to be a movement to bring a bit of optimism and visibility in the life of trans people and gender non-conforming people. That's unfortunately a trend we are still seeing, and that's also why we wanted to make this stream.
That's great. I think we actually are now on Instagram as well, which I very was skeptical about. And we've also got a few
Well,
hays
is it?
from Facebook and YouTube. So I think we are working on the platforms as well. We
That's
have
amazing.
hello from the Geek Gaming. So add a cleat. Oh, there we go. Oh, show them. Look, showing them. You can see the
Yes,
audience can
yes.
hear us, which is great. Hey from Kopazi. Hey from Max watching on Facebook. Got a hey from Bailey on Instagram. I hope you can sort of see us on Instagram. I'm not sure if the cropping's gone a bit weird on Instagram and you only see part of our faces, but it should be fine. But yeah, as Tony said, we're here for Trans Day of Visibility, a really important date in a lot of people's calendars, especially for trans and gender non-conforming people. So, oh, it's shiny. That's shiny. Look, it's shiny. It's shiny.
Oh,
So
hey.
we'll get and should we talking about shiny? Should we get on to all the amazing guests that we're going to have here today?
Why not? Why not? And also, like with so many platforms, we're going to be so visible.
Hopefully, hopefully. So,
Well, and
who we
it's
got
all.
on today, Tony?
Oh, so we're going to have in order. We're going to have okay, and we're going to have some lovely games that I'm not going to see yet. Then we're going to have Rexy and Orion, Sheki. We are going to have Topher, then Maxine and Spark, and at the end our lovely chef. And
Woo!
I think they will say probably a bit more about themselves when each of them starts their talk.
Yeah. And I think we've also got a special visit from Marshmallow. He's going to be popping in at some point in the time
Ooh.
today. And unfortunately, we were going to have Richie join in, but unfortunately, they're a bit busy with international pup and trainers. So in the end, couldn't unfortunately record their video, which is a bit sad. But best of luck to Richie. who's starting their weekend in probably about 4 hours' time as well. So it's all going on today. I've got another message from Facebook. As a trans man, it's so important, especially to do with the laws in the US. I live in Texas, USA. Oh, we'll also have a guest from Texas, USA, Maxine. Oh, and they're currently in Chicago as well. So over there for
That's great.
International Pup and Trainer, I guess. I've got a hello from someone you know, Tony.
Oh, hello. How? Hi, B.
Hello.
Well, we got also like quite a good cover between our guests. Like we have Australia, we have America, Netherlands, Ireland, Austria, Bosnia Herzegovina as well. I'm originally from Italy, so
Italian.
also yes. Maybe we should also say who we are, because it's a bit presumptuous of me to suppose people know who I am.
Oh yeah, we forgot about that. We were just like straight in it.
Yeah, well. Oh, just glaze like who we are. So, well, my name is Tony, and I'm also known as Fenris. I was elected first UK trainer for the year 2023. I'm non-binary and trans, and we are. Who are you, Quincy?
Oh my god! Should we? How long we got? We've got another 20 minutes, haven't we?
Yeah,
push
we have
this
time
out.
to kill, so.
I'm Quincy. My pronouns are they, them. I was the European Handler 2022. I stepped down actually about 20 days ago now. So 20 days without a sash, feeling a bit not so visible, but still being proud of who I am. I'm non-binary. Also identify as trans non-binary. Tony's technically my SaaS child as well. I've run multiple projects in the UK, and I work with a lot of the Pride networks about kink inclusion at Pride. And I did this lovely flag behind me. I don't know how to gesture to the flag, so I'll go
Just
the
did.
opposite yeah, just do this. Woo! This lovely flag behind me. And we'll talk more about the flags later on today, maybe in a game time. And it was really nice. So I got to travel all around Europe, meet some amazing pups and handlers, and it was great to see the diversity that we have in Europe. And I can't wait to go see the diversity around the world, hopefully at some point. In New York this year. So if you're in New York, you can come and say hello. I film at the Northeast Puppy Election. Crossing fingers that all goes well. What are you up to this year, Tony? As you're now a title holder.
Well, my first trip was to Dublin during the leather weekend, and I was very excited because it was the first Irish pup election. So I was there when they elected Austria. Then I went to Brussels to judge the Puppy Belgium election, where Marshmallow was elected. And I had a few interesting days at Darklands, and my next event is going to be in the UK. So I'm going to go around a bit for events. And very important, there's going to be also the Trans Pride in London. So that's on the 8th of July. So looking forward to that. Then we have a bit of vet play event during the London Fetish Week. I need to have my calendar back on my hand, so I'll probably get scolded for this, but well, approximately just saying my agenda, and also Belfast Pride. So, and other UK prides, probably the main ones.
We've also got someone else in watching on YouTube that you may know, Tony.
Yeah, hi, Butter.
Someone you met at Darklands. Darklands was quite nice
No, no, I met them at Dublin.
Yeah, it was. As I said, Port Darklands was quite nice because we did go to the trans social, even though I got dragged
That's-
away at one point in time. It was it was quite nice to go there because you do actually see
yeah,
quite a lot of diversity at Darklands, and it was nice to see that there was a space as well for trans and gender non-conforming people.
yeah, I mean, it's all about inclusion, and then you realize how much it's growing. Is bits by bits, but I could see like during the Brussels puppy elections, there was a small improvised marsh, and it was very various. It was a lot of different pets, kittens, gender non-conforming, and it was just beautiful because it was absolutely spontaneous. Um, so I think the community is getting more visible.
Andy was also watching a minute ago. I don't know if Andy's still there. If Andy can say hi, Mr. Lever Europe. Hopefully he can say hi, and hopefully we can show his message. Maybe he's just turned off. Maybe he's busy today. However, would we like to get the guest on early? Because I know that it's currently 2 in their time, and I know they probably want to have a bit of a nap because they've been waiting for us a bit. Oh, a little bit. I can see them in the backstage. There we go. Oh, a bit. I want to go to sleep. They did also post a lovely post on Twitter today about Trans Day visibility being very visible, may I say. I was going to make a whole joke about the lovely fluffy koala from Australia, but probably has less chlamydia than most koalas. But I'm not sure if they'd enjoy that. They are laughing at that joke. Thank God I got that right. Anyway, with further ado, I'm going to invite Oggy to join us on the stream. Hello.
Hi, thank you for having me.
Was that joke not too far then?
No, it's funny. I don't have koalas where I am, but like, it's definitely a solid joke.
What, you got more kangaroos or?
Lots of kangaroos. Lots of kangaroos.
I'm going to try and do some Australian history later on, and I want to have a bit of a joke about some of the Australian history. Anyway, do you want to
take ourselves too seriously? You're fine.
I love the Australians. I need to go back. Anyway, should we? Oh God, my brain just went. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, hi, I'm Augie. I'm from Boorloo in Western Australia, so that's the traditional name for Perth. I've been a pup for 3 years. And I do pup things.
I do pup things. That makes sense. Does pup things and then goes on Twitter and does a lot of.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how to describe that on a YouTube channel.
Yeah. I used to have pretty severe issues with my sexuality until I joined the kink community, and then I feel a lot freer to do it, and I like to celebrate the things that I do, so that's one way of doing it.
Yeah, definitely. Shiny wanted to say woo. Okay. I also wanted to do intro music for you, but I realised that I might have got taken down for YouTube if I went to do the song from the Land Down Under.
Good choice, though.
It'd been a great choice. Just well, we got taken off of YouTube within
Let's
seconds.
not get censored.
Let's not. Oh, to be honest, okay, you look perfect on Instagram. We're two at the side. Oh, so sorry, I'm just reading the comments. I'm so distracted. So we've invited you here today to say hello and talk a bit about being trans in the kink community, specifically the pup community. And obviously we want to talk a bit about you as well and a bit about what you like doing, where you go to, and just being visible really, and just having a bit of a, I don't know, what do you call a chit chat in Australia?
There's a few different ways, but I think generally a yarn.
Yarn.
Yeah.
So we're going to have a yarn with you today. So
Yeah.
yeah, I'm getting all Aussie in here.
Yeah.
So as I know you a little bit off Instagram, I followed you for a little while, and then just was like, I'm just going to message you for this. So I know a bit about you. So I'm going to ask Tony maybe to ask some questions, because I'm probably just going to go too far off field straight away, and I'll ask Tony if you've got any questions for Oggy.
Well, actually, yes. Like, how did you meet the pet play community? Like, how did you start?
Yeah, absolutely. So, in Borley, we've got a couple of queer venues. One of them is Connections, which is the famous one. And then there's Court. And the Western Australian pubs and handlers go out and have for years going out to the clubs in hoods and gear and being a community, and they are very visible. Like, if you don't know who pups are when you come to Perth and then you go to a queer club, you're going to be like, what are they doing over there? And that's what I did when I turned 18. And I was like, they look cool. Their tails are cool. I want to join in with these people. They look like they're having a ball. And so there was an old club that doesn't exist anymore called Academy, and they had a pet shop night. And they were like a kink bar. So I made a hood and went there. And it was a much more intimate venue, so I got to meet a couple of them, like Jax, who's now the Australian pup, and he's just the friendliest soul. And he was like, "Oh, it's so good to meet you. Thank you for saying that we've been like there, and part of going to the clubs and gear is to show people like we're a community and welcoming and things like that." And so I had a great time there. I was like, I want to do more of this, but then I was a little bit worried. I'm like, is this a cis gay male event or like community only? So Jack sent me the Facebook page, which is where they're like most active for organizing things. And I saw that the Australian pup at the time was Pup Dodger, who is a trans man, and that's where I was like, okay, like I'm going to be accepted here because they've kind of got this. I kind of figured it as like a figurehead at the time, who is trans, and he's clearly very well loved. And so yeah, I felt safe to join, and then I did, and then it's just the best thing that's ever happened in my entire life is joining this community. But yeah,
That's amazing. Thank you. Oh, I have a follow-up. Oh, Tony, you're on mute. It wouldn't be technology without. Hello,
Do you
you're back
mute
again.
me? I've been
Sorry,
censored.
It probably was me trying to make sure the mic levels were fine.
I was going to say, so like, would you say that pet play for you was also a way to like affirm your gender identity and feel more included?
Kind of less so. I came out when I was, well, I didn't come out. I knew I was trans, and I had the language for it when I was 16. And then I started pup play when I was 18. So I think if anything, being around more gay men, I kind of like felt more affirmed because I was around like other masculine people like me. Whereas I used to spend a lot of time with just like AFAB people, and trans people, which is still good, but I felt more like in my space, I guess. But I actually discovered most of my gender through drag when I used to do that. So I started being a drag, or dabbling in being a drag king when I was 16, and didn't have the language yet. And then once I found it, I just grabbed it and ran. Once I found what being transgender is.
a quick one. I forgot to say, people can also comment with questions. So I'm always really bad at doing this, but I'm like, I'll just go straight head in first and just go, let's just do this. And then forget to say there are other ways. So if you do have any questions for Oggy in the meantime, do post them down. Also, I'd like to say, I don't know if you're still on there, Marco, but a very hello, Marco. Marco is one of my friends who's unfortunately went to hospital recently and hasn't been able to go around and go to many events. And they've joined the live stream, so it's really nice to see that they're here. And I guess that's another reason why we've done this, really, is because not everyone can go to events. Some of us are lucky and we can go to events and we can feel pride in ourselves or post naked photos on Twitter. I'm not going to get over that matter.
Let's not started with that.
I'm not the only pup who does it. This is like a bandwagon that I've joined that's been years in the making.
All of us do it. Most of us do it. But it's nice to try and get that sort of community sensation from these sort of live streams, and I think we've had chats about this in the group chat about how do we keep this going maybe in the future if people like it. One thing I was going to speak to you about, because obviously you said you're actually one of the people who aren't title holders are actually on this evening, and you obviously said that it's really positive to see trans people in those positions, and great to see that diversity in those positions. And then I also see that you posted something a few days ago about a certain individual on who's a title holder, and obviously the negative repercussions it can do. So I don't know if you want to talk a bit about, from your perspective as not being a title holder, how you feel about title holders and diversity of title holders.
Yeah, absolutely. So title holders, I think I tend to have a bit of a different opinion to some other people from speaking to people about it. But I wouldn't have joined the community when I did if I hadn't have seen that there was a trans title holder. And maybe it would have been okay if I saw that there was like an actively trans friendly title holder. But when I saw Dodger, I was like, okay, this is an okay space for me to be in. Like, I'm going to be welcome here. But Jax is cis AMAB, and he's very vocal about like all inclusive, like this is a safe space for you specifically, like kind of thing. So I think the title holders hold a lot of power, or at least to me they do. Because if you're not part of a community and you don't have an entry point, the first thing you're going to do is look at, well, who's the most publicized, lifted up kind of member of this community, and that's going to be the title holder. They're always the easiest to find. When I was on the Facebook group, Dodger always signed off with Australian Pup. And it just kind of, I think that the title holders' values reflect on the community's values. So that's when I get quite wary of if there's a title holder and they're saying things that don't necessarily reflect the community. How does that look to an outsider's perspective? And yeah, so ideally, I'd want to see title holders being very open about their values and what they believe in, and they should reflect the community, at least for the year that they're holding. And then, yeah, if they are saying things which are perhaps misinformed, I think that it's up to the community to inform them, because we are all kind of combined, like, yeah, does that make sense?
Yeah, that does.
It does.
And I think obviously there are title holders. Do you think there's maybe a need to? I've got to be careful what I say here, but is there a need that maybe? Obviously, there is that uplifted title holder position, which has its positives and everything. Do you think there's more that needs to be done to uplift other individuals, especially people of diversity and of minorities? And how do you see that working effectively from your position? Because I think every time I go and ask, can we do something that's about trans or gender non-conforming in Australia, every Australian in all different parts of Australia, from Sydney to Perth, always goes, Oggy. And you're not title holder. I think you've done very well. But like, how does that work, and how do you think other people could follow in that sort of step of being the person that could be uplifted?
Okay. Yes. So Western Australia and the eastern states of Australia have very different things, very different cultures, in most aspects, including pop play and trans inclusion. But for Western Australia, there's definitely pillars of the community of WAPA, or Western Australian Pups and Handlers, and you can see them at events, and they just hold themselves. And if someone's like, hey, I'm new here, I'm going to introduce you to these people first, and then you can go up and meet everybody if you like. And I guess the way to do that is by, like, when someone approaches you and they're new, is to be obviously very friendly as you would. And then when you're introducing them to people, pick who you're introducing them to. Are you introducing them to just the standard kind of guys that are there, or are you introducing them to different sections within the community? So that's like trans people, people of color, perhaps if there are non-binary people, or AFAB people, like. But the other thing is, like, don't introduce them just because they're the minority. Are they friendly, well-spoken kind of thing? Like, I think when you first join a community, your points of reference are gonna, like, the first impressions matter. And if the first people you meet are all the same people, you might not feel like you're part of those people. Like, I'm 21. Pretty much all of my friends are 30 or above, in the pup community. And I spent a couple months when I first joined being like, is it okay for me to be here as someone as young as I am compared to all of these other guys? Which I realize is, yes, absolutely fine. It's just that when you're around a same group of people that have congregated, sometimes you can feel othered even when they're not trying at all, if that's not even on their minds. So by including people who are different to the majority in the community, I think it just makes everybody feel safer and more welcome either way, because whatever quirks they have or whatever differences they have, they know that's okay. We're all a little bit different in some way or another. And then in terms of uplifting them, I was talking about this the other day actually with a couple of other pups and handlers. When we're doing events, including people on the posters, not for tokenism, but to show this kind of person will be at this event. And if you want to go to that event, then you're going to be welcome there and not othered for, like, say, your genitals. We've got a really good sauna here, which took me a while of building courage to go to because of my genitals. But because there were trans guys working at that sauna, I was like, okay, I'm absolutely safe here. If there's any issues, then I'm going to be heard and I'm going to be acknowledged. Which could happen with a full cis staff, but the visibility and the representation does make a difference. And it's just an instant way of saying, like, we've got people who are part of this community, who are pillars and cornerstones of this community, who are like you. And anyone who's going to tell you that you're not right for this area is going to be removed, because we already know people like you and respect people like you.
That's great. I'm going to quickly get a drink. I've got it here. This is fine. So I'm going to let Tony ask you a question while I pour my Pepsi. The last time I was on a live stream, I had alcohol and I was with a drag queen. that ended up quite badly, and I got myself in a lot of issues. I might have called out that year's Puppy UK for being a bit of a dickhead, and I'll say it. He, maybe not always totally inclusive, and I got a bit drunk. So we're going to avoid that.
That's the thing, is some people have been telling me that not to put so much faith in title holders because they are only one person, but I'm like, they're also the most visible person.
Well, I mean,
we have the competition for a reason.
Well, I mean, we also have, like, there is a process for the election, and also if you have a panel of different judges, of course, like, my question as a judge would be towards inclusion and diversity. That's also the reason why I did myself the election. Not to boost too much Quincy's ego, but to me to see that Quincy was the European handler and Pastel was Puppy UK. Like you said, I was like, okay, so I'm welcome, because I actually started in pet play last year in May, June, and I never met other pet players. So to me, it was a bit confusing because I didn't have any other people in my life that were doing that and that were diverse. So I see these two representatives, and I will find more, and I did. And then look, we're doing a streaming now about inclusion, and it's also like, it's very good to see young people like you like invested in it, because also we show that we can be trans of any age, and we're still thriving. That's also why we're here, like, because for how much the media are trying to drag us from Australia, I'm already smiling, we're having fun, and we're having good chats, and it's not always talking about the negative experience we have. It's also about the fun.
Yeah.
So I'm going to ask you a fun question, just to break it up. Please explain to me what the hell was the Emu War.
What is, sorry?
You not heard about the Emu War?
Oh no, I know about the Emu War. Yeah. Okay, all right. So emus are massive birds. If you know what a cassowary is, it's like a step down from a cassowary. And they're aggressive, and they're rude, and they're massive flightless birds. And there was a war that we
So
lost.
the Australians went to war with emus.
Yeah. Essentially, I forget the time period. It was not a good time period. It was like either the 1800s or the early 1900s. But yeah, they were like, there are too many emus. We're gonna kill them all. And they were like actually trying to make emus extinct. The emus were like, absolutely not. And just like, they're very big and heavy, and I think the weapons at the time were not quite effective. And there just really is too many of them. So, they kept trying to kill these emus. It wasn't working. The emus were fighting back. And eventually they were like, "No, we give up. We're done. We forfeit." So we still have emus, which is good, because if we won the war, there wouldn't be emus anymore. But nope, they're too tough.
So actually, you lost twice though. It wasn't just once it happened. You tried again and then lost again, I believe. Was it?
I didn't know about that. I read like pieces of the Wikipedia. There's a Wikipedia article if you look up the Emu War. There's only
But
only
do
one.
you do in school, like, so you're in school and they ask you, so why, what is war you study? And I'm like, oh, in this year there was, oh well, we fought the emus and we lost, actually. So it's a good icebreaker though, like, to start a conversation.
Yeah, we don't learn about it in school, but like it's very popular online. Like if you haven't heard about it in an Australian meme, then someone in America's like, "You guys lost an emu war, so your opinion's invalid," and it's like, well, actually, the emu war was hilarious, and you should see what it was actually about because it wasn't that serious. Well, it was at the time, but now it's just a meme, like an absolute meme.
Yeah, I think it was something to do with farming. They were destroying farmlands because there was just so many, like herds of emus
Yeah, there were so
destroying
many.
farmlands, and they just went, "Oh well, we'll just remove them." No.
Yeah. It's not that easy.
Easy. So what would you say Australia's like as for a trans person at the moment? What sort of the environment? Is it positive? Is it negative? Is there a bit of both? What does it feel like living as a trans person in Australia?
Yeah, absolutely. So the east and the west are different, but I've traveled to the eastern states for pub events, so I've gotten a little bit of a taste. But can't speak entirely for them. Where I live in the west is like literally the most isolated city in the world, so we've kind of got our own kind of literally Wild West thing going on here. But yeah, Perth is pretty good for trans stuff. We have who I consider like one of the best top surgeons in the world, Dr. Timothy Hewitt. He's the only top surgeon in Perth. The other two left because their service was actually quite bad, and no one went to them anymore. Everyone went to Tim's, so they both moved over east. But yeah, so that's a positive. He's just an excellent surgeon and a really good guy in general. And then so for healthcare, we've got it quite good. There's a practice that I go to that's one of the best in Perth. All of the doctors are trans friendly. Some of the doctors are trans. Our sexual health clinics. A lot of the staff are trans. All of the staff are gender friendly. There's a lot of signs up in all of the practices saying like, if you're trans, you're welcome here. It's quite good, and the endocrinologists are very much like, yes, we understand what this means to you, and yes, we are willing to provide that healthcare, which I hear is not so easy in other parts of the world. Well, it wasn't easy. It's a lot of wait lists. There's a lot of trans people in Perth, and there aren't enough services to fulfill that need. But the services that there are excellent. It's just a matter of time and also money. So I started medically transitioning when I was 18. I got on the wait list for hormones, and I started testosterone when I was 19 because the wait list to first see a psych was 6 months, and then to see the endo was another 3 months. So I waited 9 months altogether. I got on all these waitlists at the same time. I was homeless due to being trans. So when I was 18, my mum wouldn't let me live with her anymore. She's like, because I came out, and she's like, I don't want you here. You're not living the way that I envisioned you would. So I don't want you here. So I was in a homelessness service. My caseworker was non-binary. They were exceptional, and it was so important for me to see somebody who was trans and thriving. And Danny, who was my caseworker, kind of acted like a stand-in parental figure, which is what the caseworkers at that organization do, Perth Inner City Youth Service. So they are like a very large number of their clientele at this homelessness organization are trans or gay or queer. And so yeah, Danny helped me get on a bunch of these wait lists. I said, here's the procedures I want, and they were like, sure, we can start that process. It's a very clear-cut process now. We know what we're doing with it. You just have to wait. And then apart from for the non-medical side of it, it is pretty good. I benefit a lot from passing privilege. I didn't used to. but pretty much since I got like at least half a beard, the the looks kind of stopped. I feel comfortable using the men's bathroom rather than the disabled bathroom, which is also the neutral bathroom. And yeah, if I go to a club, sometimes the clubs are not good. I know some other trans people who are less months into their testosterone who don't benefit from passing privilege have been removed from venues for using the wrong bathroom. If that happens, then they're called out, and people stop going there. It's just not acceptable. So yeah, for the most part, the general public are pretty good. So in Australia, Posey Parker or Kelly Keane, she's been doing her speeches on Let Women Speak, and is very transphobic. And when she came to Perth, it was very much like there were the supporters and the protesters. The protesters were mostly trans, and also women who were like, we disagree with you, this isn't feminism. And kind of like the cops right down the middle being like, okay, just stay separated, please. We don't want you like doing anything together between the supporters and the protesters, and like they were just trying to keep it safe. And it went pretty well. It was quite, it wasn't super rowdy. Whereas in Melbourne, so I don't know if the Proud Boys are like a global organization, but they're essentially neo-Nazis, and we don't have a lot in Perth. There's like a couple of them. They're scattered around. They're very easy to spot. They come out on the Fridays, Saturday nights, and essentially harass drag queens. And they're horrible, and we hate them, but they're not a huge issue. In Victoria, when Posey Parker went there, it was a horrible, horrible time. Like, it was really, it kind of shook a lot of the trans community in Australia, because they were there doing like this the Nazi salute, and just publicly being very anti-trans, anti-gay, and the protesters were trying to protest and being like, this isn't okay, how is this allowed to happen? And it kind of went from being a Posey Parker beach supporting rally to just an actual Nazi rally. And the cops were very much like defending that. They had their backs to the Nazis as though the protesters were the problem, whereas in Perth it was like, okay, we're treating both sides kind of equally. But in Victoria it was just very upsetting. And like, this was like 2 weeks ago, but for that whole week I was just like so stressed. I was like, if transphobes and homophobes are protected there, like Victoria and Melbourne are very much like, if someone thinks of Australia, they either think of Sydney or Melbourne. So the fact that that was happening in Melbourne was just disgusting. And I don't know what it's like to be trans there, but I can't imagine that in that week it would have felt very safe at all, which is disappointing. But yeah, I think that's kind of like a broad overview. Like, mostly the eastern states are also like, essentially in Australia, if you're passing, you don't get a lot of harassment. But our laws are mostly pretty chill. My testosterone is only available because I have a testicular disorder, which is kind of true in that I don't have any balls. So when they're signing off on my testosterone, they have to call the pharmaceutical scheme people to get an authorization for my script. And they're like, why do you need this script? And my doctor's like, he doesn't have any balls, but in medical terms. So that's how I get my testosterone replacements. And then, yeah, one time, every now and again, there'll be a push by our Conservative Party to it's generally religious freedom based. One of our ex-prime ministers was like, there should be more religious freedoms. Doctors shouldn't have to treat you if they don't agree with your lifestyle. That got knocked back, and he's not a prime minister anymore. I don't know if it's like a thing that we're famous for globally, but Australia doesn't keep prime ministers for very long. So,
Does sound
yeah,
like
I
the
think that's
UK
kind of
as
a
well.
broad general overview.
It sounds like the UK as well. I think we've gone through about 3 in the last 2 years. So seems
The
to be
Commonwealth
somewhat.
don't like our leader, and well, if they suck, we're going to tell them and bully them out of Parliament.
If Bailey was here, we would have a speech about anti-fascism and the whole political talk. But unfortunately, he's not here because he can very much talk politics for me. But yes, yeah, I saw the video. I saw the video a little while ago, and I think it was posted all over Twitter. And obviously, when we talk about transvisibility, we talk about positive transvisibility, and I think sometimes, unfortunately, when you go onto apps and social media and see stuff, it's not always positive, and it is detrimental to people's well-being when they see literal people doing Nazi salutes in near off Nazi uniforms being protected while trans people are being pushed back. And it isn't positive, and obviously shows you how much more we need to go forward.
Thankfully, though, some of those displays has led to, so in Victoria, swastikas are banned, but not in the rest of Australia. And now they're looking at putting that on a federal countrywide level, which is a positive. But the fact that it had to go this far for them to consider that is kind of appalling. And they're not just looking at swastikas anymore. They're like, how do we ban more Nazi symbols, which is good.
Yeah. One person asked, didn't one of the prime ministers go missing, never to be seen again?
Yeah, that's my favorite prime minister, Harold Holt. I'm pretty sure it was Harold Holt. He went for a swim, and he just never came back. Yeah, and that's essentially the story. But there's a few different swimming pools in Australia called Harold Holt Swimming Centre. Icon.
Okay. Well, another icebreaker.
Much so. And talking of icebreakers, game time. Unfortunately,
Yes.
I don't have any really. I've got some music. We can put some music on. I know Tony will kill me for
royalty-free music.
I'm a bit concerned
Yeah.
with you having the dogs.
It's game time. That was really bad music. I apologise for that music intro.
I was
so
a fan.
Sort of. We're going to do guess the flag. So, do you know your flags, Oggy?
I do. I was going to brush up before we did this, but I didn't, which is going to make it better, I think.
That's fine. So we're going to go through them one by one. Tony, have you got a timer?
Yes.
Tony's like, yes, shit, I've got a timer.
I do. Yeah, just tell me how much.
I can't remember how much. Oh God, this is how well planned we are here today.
We're trying our best. Like
we're trying our best. We're both sort of the people that have no idea what we're doing. Okay, so guess the flag. I've written something, so that's good. Guess the flag, a game of recognition and education. The guest will have 30 seconds to guess which trans plus flag is shown on the screen. This could be from the trans flag, gender fluid, non-binary, gender queer. It could be any flag. Get it wrong, you get -1. Get it right, +1. Whatever the final score is, you have to tell us a fact about themselves. They haven't told anyone else. So if the total negative score, you have to tell a fact. So if you get them all right, then you don't need to tell us anything. If you get them
I
wrong,
spent like ages trying to think of anything that I haven't told a person before because I'm very open, and I came up with one. So I guess being put on the spot, I might come up with more.
let's see. So you ready for the first? First one's easy. So we'll see how well you do for the first one. What's this flag?
Progress Pride flag, which
Need a bit
incorporates
more.
like 4 different flags.
Need a bit more.
What do you? It's the Progress flag. That's what it's called.
Yeah, but the progress flag was without something. What's the new progress flag called?
Oh, wait, I don't know.
What do you think? Should we give it to him, Tony?
So out.
Should we give it to him, Tony, or
Yes,
not?
yes.
Let's
Well,
do it.
yeah, come on.
So it's the Progress flag without the intersex symbol, and then this one
So
has the
technically,
intersex flag.
it is still it still is the progress flag, but they often call it the intersex inclusive progress flag.
Okay.
So this
Well,
was
I knew it was intersex, so
yeah. If you just put the two words together, you'd have been absolutely fine.
okay, right.
So this was created in 2021 by I'm going to butcher this, Tony, and Tony's going to tell me off for butchering this name. Valentino Vercetti.
I need to read it.
That's fine. Of the Intersex Equality Rights UK, and updated the progress flag that was created a few years back, which added the chevrons or the triangles in. Each chevron identifies a different community that we need to show progress in. So you've got the black for HIV and AIDS, black and brown for POC, and then we've got the pink, blue, and white for obviously trans, and then we've got the intersex symbol.
I think a lot of people don't realize that the black stripe isn't just for POC; it's also for HIV positive and people who have died of AIDS. So I like to highlight that part.
Yeah, I do the same. I work in sexual health, and I work with a lot of HIV positive patients. So it's really important thing. And I went to a protest recently about bettering HIV care in the UK. It's fun. Next one, you've got to have this one.
It's a trans flag.
Yay!
I win.
Do you know anything about the trans flag?
The middle is for non-binary. Well, the colors all kind of mean a couple things, but one of them is that the middle is non-binary. The pink is for femme-identifying. The blue is for masc-leaning. But they also have other meanings. I think the white stripes also for like community. The colors mean things.
Yeah, I'll listen. That's fine. Do you know who created it?
I don't know.
So it's created by Monica Helms in 1999. So it's probably one of the older flags that we do have. Because a lot of them were created post 2000. So it's one of the older flags. And said it because it's symmetrical. So no matter which way you fly it, it's always correct, signifying us finding correctness in our lives. Which I thought was a very nice quote.
I like that. I like that a lot.
I love it. It makes me love the flag even more. Next one.
Non-binary.
Oh god, we didn't even start the timer. This is too easy. I should have made this harder.
I was expecting micro labels because they can get pretty micro.
Yeah, I thought it'd be a little bit easy. So this was created in 2014 by Kai Rowan. Do you know which each color represents?
I used to, but I don't anymore.
It's a refresher of flags as well.
Yeah.
So yellow represents people whose gender exists outside of the binary. Purple represents those whose gender is a mixture of or between male and female. Black represents people who have no gender, and white represents those who embrace many or all genders.
Ah, that makes sense. That's really cool.
That's really cute. I like it. Someone said, "A woo, let's go" to the game, and someone said, "Amazing energy." I think it's the sugar kicking in, and Oggy being sleep deprived, but it's fine. This one.
I do know this one.
It's time started. Dum dum da dum 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 da dum 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 da dum 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 da da da
And
How long
it's
left on the
not
timer?
genderqueer.
How long left, Tony?
I started too late, so you're getting extra time because I was slow.
Okay, I still don't think
so
I'm
yeah,
gonna get it
15
though.
seconds.
I recognize the flag, but I'm forgetting the name.
Bum, bum,
No,
bum,
what
bum,
is it?
bum, 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 bum. Are we
The time is
forfeiting this
out,
one?
so we got.
What is it?
It's the gender fluid flag.
I knew it was one of the
Ah, so
gender something
what we
ones.
what are we on now? Is it 2 points? Who's keeping
Yes,
score?
yeah, plus 2
2 points.
and minus 1.
Ooh. So, do we know anything about the gender fluid flag?
I don't. There was a point in my life where I identified as gender fluid, which is where I knew the flag, but that was like 20. That was like when I first started learning what being trans was.
Oh, I identified as genderqueer originally. I didn't. I'll tell you, this flag's genderqueer's not in there. But this flag, gender
That's
fluid,
the purple, white, green. If anyone's
Yeah.
keeping score.
that's not added to your score. You don't get bonus points for that. This was created in 2012 by JJ Paul, they, them, an agender pansexual from New York State. We've got someone from New York coming later, who advocates for people who don't fit into the heteronormative society, and they designed the flag to encompass all gender identities. And as such, gender fluid flag has 5 horizontal stripes, each having a meaning. I don't know how everyone remembers these meanings. Pink for femininity, blue for masculinity, purple for masculinity and femininity, black for lack, and white for all. It's sort of a recurring theme.
They do kind of make sense when you say them. It's just like remembering which go to which.
Yeah. So, are we ready for the next one?
Okay.
Go.
Demi Boy. That's me. I'm that one.
This is too easy.
I was hoping this one would
You
come
have
up
to get-
actually because it's me representation. I normally say that I'm just a trans man, but if I know that someone's informed enough and will understand what Demi Boy is, then I'll identify as Demi Male normally.
Oh, so do you know anything about the Demi Boy flag?
I don't. I know that that's the one. The blue's for masculinity. I'm assuming the white is for like, I don't know. Demi Boy is a spectrum. Generally, it's described as if we simplify gender down to a girl to boy scale with gender neutral in the middle. Demi males are generally between gender neutral and male, and it can fluctuate anywhere in that sort of area.
The McKinsey scale. I think that's what it's called, isn't it?
Is
Am
it?
I right? I'm not sure.
Yes, the attraction, the attraction,
Next one.
There we go. Similar thing, but for feminine.
Yeah. Oh, we'll go to the next one. Next one.
A gender.
Yeah. Next one.
Yeah. That looks like a variation of the leather pride flag.
Oh, yes, finally. Have we started the timer?
Yes,
Is
yes.
it
I started the timer for this time.
is it trans leather? Is that? I haven't seen this flag before ever.
Go on, say it. You had it. You just were
Trans leather.
Yeah.
Pride.
It's a trans leather flag.
Okay, cool. Yeah, no, the heart.
Okay.
It's a little leather.
So you've got all but one. So the trans leather flag is actually, I think it's in its 3rd year now, roughly about 3rd year. And obviously, again, it's first shown in February 11th, 2019. So no, it's 4 years now. God, I'm getting old.
I'm gonna have to start displaying this flag because that's very relevant to me. I didn't know that was a thing. That's very cool.
Yeah, it's a really nice thing. It's based in America. and we'll have some of the Americans to talk about it in a bit. So, is there any other questions for Oggy? Oh, turn off the guess the flag. That was appalling. I should have made it harder. We don't get to find
No,
any.
that was good. That was good.
Now you get 2 good guests.
Yeah. So, any questions? Or we'll probably have a question straight after you leave, and they'll go, "I wanted to ask this." So,
I'll
if
be awake for another half hour. I'm gonna brush my teeth.
So if someone does have a question or wants to find you naked, how do they do that?
Feel free to message me on my Safe for Work, mostly, largely Safe for Work Instagram at puporgyoz as in AUS. And then if you want to see me naked, which is being very transvisible, my body is on at puporgyoz on Twitter as well. Augies AUGGIE, Oz is AUS.
Just make sure you don't have it around family, or it might be a question time.
Or at work, because it's not safe for work.
There we go. So thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
And it's been lovely to chat and meet you. And hopefully I will see you at some point in time in person.
Eventually. I want to come to IPTC next year and the year after if I can.
Someone might be competing next year, so please come.
Well, Jax is competing next. Probably. I don't know. I'd assume he would. So
someone
I'd want to go.
Might probably be competing next year for handler. Don't know who. So it'll be nice to see you in Chicago. And thank you very much for coming. See you soon.
Thank you for having me. Have a good rest of your stream.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Now I've got to get rid of you. How do I do that? I can't do it.
Get a name move. Just get a name move.
There we go. Remove you. There we go. The boy that come from down under. Sorry, I love that song. I really wish I could have played it.
I need to have the button to mute you.
What's that?
That I need the button to mute you when it's needed.
Yeah, I've got full control over this live stream, so you've got no way of muting me at all, which is fun.
Yet.
I could have added you as admin, but I didn't want to. I thought it was going to be. I knew you'd just be muting me every 2 seconds. I can't. Stop it, Quincy. Mute. You'd think that you're the daddy and I'm the baby, but it's total opposite way.
True.
Sometimes. True. I think we've got 2 guests waiting in the room. Unfortunately, they're looking at their phones. You know, kids these days looking at their phones all the time. I'm looking at you, Rexy. I know you. They're having a can of Coke just because they need the energy. So there we go. So we're going to invite our next guest all the way from, I was going to say Australia, America. It's the other way. America. They're currently at the International Puppy and Trainer Contest, where someone's also being a den puppy for the weekend, and we also have Orion, who was LA puppy, but they'll tell you more because I always get it confused and I'll get told off if I get it wrong. So welcome to the stream, Rexy and Orion. Hello.
Hi.
Oh, we can hear you. That's a positive.
Yeah, good. The lighting is terrible. What is going? Can I fix that? I thought that was just because we were like,
in the backstage.
Yeah.
Maybe it's the camera. Maybe she a little dusty.
You know, whenever you take photos of, oh God,
It's a little bit better.
Okay.
We know where this camera's been, don't we?
I blame Chipper. Chipper's the handler, and I'm using his laptop right
It's
now.
always the handler's fault. So.
It's the handler's fault, yes.
It always is.
The puppy left their laptop in New York.
I don't know that.
Oh, so we've already got some messages from YouTube and Facebook. We've got, the Americans arrive. Rexy and Orion, welcome. I don't think that's ever been said in a positive way in my life. The Americans have arrived.
I mean, I feel like I always have to emphasize this with Europeans. Americans don't consider me American. I wasn't born here. They don't claim me.
The people who live in America, is that better?
I'm from Central America. That's still America.
true.
So it's 2 continents, honey. It's a vast, vast place.
Oh, someone asked me geography of America yesterday, and I went, I don't have a clue. Don't ask me. Ask the Americans. It's too big. Europe's hard enough to learn.
Somebody asked me what state I was in, and because I'm doing this and then Cleveland, I was like, I'm not sure. I'm in the Midwest,
I'm somewhere.
I'm here.
and I'm born and raised.
And then someone just messaged, Dawn here. Great to see you doing this.
That's great.
Oh, I don't.
And then we've also got hashtag blame the handlers.
We're
So
trying our
you're on
best.
Oh my God! Yes, yes.
This is
Blame
if
the
that is the one
handlers.
thing that
Oh,
I've learned
excuse
after 4
me.
minutes,
Yeah.
Success.
Is there a way
if
to
you
make
want-
sure my dad can't see this though?
I was about to say, if you're on social media watching this, send a photo of you watching this live stream with hashtag blame the handlers, hashtag TDOV. We're now got to that level. Oh, I'm going to turn you up a bit. Oh, there we go. You're on 200%, so I can hear you. But
Hey, I
no.
posted it on my Facebook now too. So people-
There we go.
Have you literally post
Blame the
hashtag blame the handlers?
Oh, I just reshared the live stream, but I should also
Yeah, you should
edit that to
hashtag. Come
say
on.
blame the handlers.
You were here at the meeting. You were there. You should know.
Well, that's why I always have
Chris,
my
how are you
puppy
doing?
hood. So when they start blaming handlers, I just wear my puppy hood and I go in headspace
Yeah.
to avoid that kind of responsibility.
I am
Handler, who's that?
Who? We're all dogs here. Or once were. So do you want it? We've just chatted for about probably 5 minutes about shit. And you haven't even introduced oh my god.
Introduced.
I don't know who I am.
We're only an hour in and I'm already stumbling. Would you like to introduce yourselves? And I'm just gonna go take a break for 2 seconds. And have a breather.
Would you like to go first?
Sure. I'm Rexy. I use they, them pronouns. I'm from New York City. I'm a non-binary trans mask puppy. I identify as a service pup. I don't know my breed, but I'm like a dinosaur pup as well. I lost my little dinosaur name tag. The joke is that I'm a tricerabottom.
I have to leave. I'm done with the stream.
I am the current Northeast Pet 2023, and today I'm in Chicago supporting the 11 contestants for International Pet and Trainer Contest.
Me. I am Popstar Orion. I use he, his pronouns. I'm a gender fluid trans person. I was originally from Santa Ana, El Salvador, but I was raised in Los Angeles. I was LA Pup 2020 to 2021. I got the bonus year and the whole. So, it's all extra over here. I do many a thing, including mostly organizing around QDI BIPOC's education in kink and just making safer spaces for those who are often on the margins. I also run a support group for chronically ill kinksters called Chronically Kinky, which is simultaneously happening now. So shout out to my co-facilitator, Garnet, for being the only facilitator right now, who was actually the world's first international pet. Animal International. I got that wrong. And I think, that's my spiel.
I've decided no handlers here, only pets.
A bunny.
Where is my hood?
I found it.
Because we have also a variety of different pets, not only gender representation.
There we go. All different types of pets here. Oh god, that was a bad idea because now my glasses are foggy. So it's really amazing to have you both here, and I will be seeing hopefully one of you soon.
Well, I sure hope so.
Yeah, well, hopefully booking my ticket soon to come to Northeast Puppy.
Ooh,
Yeah.
exciting.
Get to see everyone. My attention is split low, lol. Hi Rexy, hi Ryan from Potato. Full stop. Then if you've got a pup name, say hello with your pup name, because then we might know who you are. I hate
I
these
like
bean
potato.
names.
Potato.
Very good potato. I was
Potato.
gonna say bean, but that's
Potato.
A legume.
So where should we start? Do we want to start about where you are this weekend and what's the importance of visibility at the event you're at this weekend?
Being a trans title holder has been important, and I feel like this current class, like 2022, 2023 class, is very queer trans, which is exciting. It's been really liberating just having my title cousins in like Mix, Maryland, shout out Finn, and the pup up in New England Leather. We're all trans and we're all supporting each other. There are a couple trans people, non-binary people competing for IPTC this year, and just general visibility has gotten a lot better. In the bars in Chicago, the bathrooms, most of the bar bathrooms are gender neutral, which is really nice.
I love a gender neutral bathroom. Just let me know where I can piss.
Yeah.
Preach.
There is somewhere you can piss, but maybe not talk about that on a live stream.
I actually don't really flag yellow. It is a daddy exclusive.
I'm a Yellow Rising. I'm trying to figure it out. I don't know where I'm at.
Yeah, I think to expand on what you were saying, Rexy, I think one of the things that I really appreciate about not just this IPTC class, but what I've been seeing in the last few years of title holders that are trans and non-binary is the spectrum of what non-binary can look at. And like as a non-binary person who isn't mask aligned, like everyone sees me and they're like, oh, he has beard, you must be trans mask. I'm like, I'm not. And they're like, oh, but you are a trans man. I'm like, I'm not. I just like looking like this. And then if I can speak on behalf of my title child for a moment, who will be competing this weekend, who's a genderqueer person who has, as of now, no interest in HRT or anything like that, everyone's like, cis woman. And it's so interesting that we're like on these opposite sides of like the same experience of constantly having our non-binary identities invalidated. And like if somebody understands me as non-binary, then they're gonna use the wrong pronouns because the assumption is, well, you're non-binary, so you must use they them pronouns. But I don't. And then when they're like, oh, but I got your pronouns right so that you have to be a man. I've had other trans people tell me that I need to update my pronouns.
I've heard that. Trans and mask is something that doesn't resonate with me anymore, but like non-binary trans, like it doesn't flow right either. So like, language itself, for myself personally, I'm figuring that out. It is weird being in leather spaces. Not weird, but like being in leather spaces of there are sometimes you're the token trans person and like you'll
sometimes.
A couple of the contests I've been at, I haven't been.
It's
been like the token trans circle.
Yeah.
So like we have a little support system, so it's not just one person getting all the questions, but there's like 7, which is
like a little panel.
Yeah. It's like
it's your turn. You go. It's your turn. I'm done with it. You go now. You go.
I want some people come up to me and I go to we have these bear pool parties in LA and they're great and I love a bear and I'm a little cub, so I love going. Plus I love a good sex party, and it's a pool. It's so hot over there. But someone came up to me once and they're like, I know you from the bear pool parties. And I was like, yeah, I love those. And he goes, you're the guy who had like that trans corner. I had invited every single person but one trans man. And the one trans man that wasn't invited by me personally was a friend. We just didn't know I was going to be there. So the moment he saw me, he like jumped into the pool where we were at and was like, hey guys. And that was it.
I'm slowly bringing more and more of, in New York City, I have the Gotham Kennel Club friends, the Brat Pack friends, and then I have the like queer trans Brooklyn Kinksters, and slowly they're starting to come to puppyhood.
Good. I mean, that's how I feel with my trans non-binary pet pack that specifically centers like BIPOC individuals. So for those who aren't aware, that stands for Black, Indigenous, People of Color, and all of us are like somewhere in the trans spectrum and somewhere like in the vastness of non-white identity. And that's like the way it formed was just we would always see each other and be like, okay, we're safe here, right? And then we would gather up, and then one day my friend joked like, I want a pack of trans puppies, and I just want to unleash them at the leather bar and cause a ruckus. And I laughed and said, that's what we're gonna call it, the Ruckus Pet Pack.
Oh, Ruckus is going to be here this weekend.
That's so funny. But that's how our pack got its name. I was just like, that's what we're gonna call it. Like that's what we want, because that's the thing about like a lot of people will say things like, I don't want to be political, but first of all, kink is inherently political. There are still places where people can get their children taken away for being kinky.
Yeah.
That's political. And what we see, I don't have to tell the UK what y'all are seeing. And here in the US, we're seeing something very similar with the way that they're trying to legislate us out of existing, right? So like being trans is inherently political. And I think being visible in these like spaces where we're not visible, where we're not heard of, where people don't want to listen to us is inherently gonna cause a ruckus. It's gonna shake shit up. And that's what we should do.
I know Quincy and I were talking about creating a group chat of just like trans pet players, but that neither of us have the capacity to moderate that. But like there is that like camaraderie that we feel.
We have one in Europe. We have the one size collars in Europe. So we have. Was that sorry?
No, I think I said the name wrong. Was it European size collars? European
size collars. It might be that. It's something. It's a group chat somewhere on my phone.
European size collar. Yeah.
There we go. Where we've got loads of. I think we've got 30 or 40 in there at the moment. European.
37.
37. And
that's a good size group chat.
That's great. And then we've got one in the UK. I do want to do one internationally. At the moment, have I got the capacity? No. Would it be nice to have like a one community all across the globe? Trans people talking about their experiences in different areas like we are now, and learning off each other and building off each other, different years of being in the community, different gender spectrums, would be great. However, it's a lot to moderate, but we never know. We might get there one day. So, God, there's so much you said there, and I was so many things and so many thoughts and so many good moments in there. To be honest, I do always call myself. I do always call myself. I always say there's always a gender-neutral toilet when I'm nearby. It's the best joke I make.
You need to get that on a bandana.
I did have a T-shirt that said "Cum dump is gender neutral," and that was the best shirt I had. Unfortunately, I've now lost it, but I'll find it because it's the best one I had. Maybe a bandana would be quite cute. Anyway, so obviously, you're also both from different parts of America, right? So one's in the east, one's in the west, and I think is that quite different? So how does pet play look for you in different parts of America? So you're still in America, but different parts of America.
Have you been to New York?
I have not been to New York.
All right. So what does it look like in LA?
So I am going to shout out SoCal Creatures for being probably the most inclusive pet space that I've ever been to. I think they just celebrated their 4th anniversary. Actually, it might be this month. And that space has specifically been created to center pet play that isn't specifically centered around cisgender men. So it's like for everyone who falls out of the typical bar crowd. And I think they've done a wonderful job. Cis men do come, and I think they experience a very different energy when they go. And I tell people who have only ever been there, like, the bar is different. It's its own good. I don't think there's anything wrong with the bar. I love a good bar social, but it's different. And it's also pet play that isn't centered around just puppies. So there's like low activity rooms if you just want to like lounge around or you're a little more delicate pet. There's quiet spaces. There's like earplugs in every room in case somebody needs it. Like it's it's a lot of what does our community want? What does it need? Like, what are we missing? And how do we fill in those gaps? And I've appreciated that a lot about Los Angeles. The issue with the US, in my opinion, when we try to summarize it, is that it's literally thousands upon thousands upon thousands of miles. And there's no way that I can really say, well, this is how it is in the West Coast, because we get other people in the West Coast, like in the Bay Area, which I frequent a lot because my daddy lives up there, that'll be like, oh, we don't have anything like that at all.
I look at SoCal critters with rose-colored glasses because they were one of the first things that I saw. And in New York City, the pet scene is still getting its legs again after the pandemic and after some things had shaken out, because there's always politics in community and there's always some shit happening. But I didn't create, but I helped plan events for Gotham Kennel Club, and Gotham Kennel Club directly came out of a previous organization because of some racism, transphobia, consent issues. So the foundation of Gotham Kennel Club is diversity, consent, everybody is welcome. We've been trying out different ways to have pronouns be more obvious, because we don't want to do a sticker on gear, and if you're not wearing that, but then like pins, do you want to put a pin on something? Yeah. Do you want a lanyard? Lanyard feels dorky. So like
colors.
Yeah, oh, that's a good one, actually.
Yeah, well, one of the things that we learned also in regards to colors is that not everybody can see colors appropriately. Mm-hmm. So over there they have like consent wristbands, and then they also do a symbol that, so like blue star means I can only play if my handler allows me, right? Like yellow means I'm only playing with friends, and it'll also have like a triangle or something on it like that. So they're like distinguishable. So idea.
Yeah, there's a group that my friend helped create because he wanted to see the leather activities that he wanted to be a part of. So he made something called TKO, Trans Kink Organization. And I'm going to be partnering with them to bring pup into that a lot, because I am a visible title holder in New York City. So the foundations are there for a lot of things. And I will say the spaces that I'm in are very inclusive, and people are, it's still very strange. I won my title in October, and people will come and tell me like, I'm at this event because you're here and I know I'll be safe. And it's weird.
It's a lot, right?
I'm grateful. I'm glad that I'm doing that. And I'm glad that like I'm being the person that I needed, but it's also like, okay, I'm going to go do a lap now.
The weirdest thing that happened to me as like a trans person of color who became like very visible, I felt so ostracized when I entered pup play. There's like a few interviews I've done on podcasts where I like I don't want to waste all our time, but I felt like my first big pup event, I decided I never wanted to come back because that's how awful it was. And then one person changed my mind with a 5-minute conversation. That was it,
actually.
And that person's now my sir, which is
that person's little... my grandpa.
Okay, well then he's a good one. I'm familiar. But I decided I wanted to be that person, right? The person who changed my mind. So I was like, I'm going to be as visible as possible. You can't fucking ignore me if I'm in your face. So I'm just going to do it. I'm going to go to everything. I'm going to be as visible as possible. I'm going to help everyone. I'm going to be so fucking like in this shit, but there's no way that you're not going to notice my ass. And I kept doing it and I kept doing it. And my first full sum, people were pulling up to my wheelchair, grabbing it and being like, I love your page. And then walking away. And I was like, what who was that? Like I didn't recognize any of the people who stopped to say hi to me, except for like maybe like one person, but they were all queer people of color. That's what I noticed. That's what I did notice. And I remember telling this story to my Sash grandpa, who said, well, the title will do that. And I said, baby, that was before the title. Mm-hmm. That's just, I worked that shit. People assume that I was the title holder for 2019 because of shit like that.
Oh, yeah, I did too, actually. Yeah, I forgot that.
You know, when you won, I was like, do you know already? I thought you had been there.
I think that's quite, because you see a lot of, not all title holders, but quite a few that have already done stuff and already been around, and I'd already been invited to talk at Euro Pride about kink inclusion at Pride. And someone was like, oh, you only got invited to that because you were a title holder. And I was like, no, that was well before that happened.
Foreshadowing. I mean, as someone who's run for titles and also judged titles, my opinion is that they should be resume based. Whenever I see someone say, I want to X, Y, and Z, I'm like, cool, why haven't you done it, baby? And I think it should be that way, that you should be there beforehand. You should show like, I have the capacity to do this and I know what it takes.
and then you do something afterwards, and you connect with other title holders, and then you realise it got bigger than you actually expected. Isn't that right, Rex?
I mean, it also boosts. It does boost your confidence, because I have to say my confidence grew so much also from meeting saw you, or I feel welcome here because I saw you, and it really does. What Quincy?
Oh, you started breaking up.
I got the
They got the gist of
Yeah.
it.
We got it.
I mean, that's what happened to me. Is I was scrolling through a dating app one day, and I got a message from someone that says, "I follow your Instagram. We've never spoken. I want to try Pet Play so badly, but I'm scared because I'm Black and I'm trans. But every time I see you post that you're at an event, I think if he can do it, I can do it one day. If he can do it, I can do it. If he can do it, I can do it." And then I threw my first pet mosh to center specifically with my friend Ro Ruckus. Shout out to you. Specifically to center queer trans people of color. It was supposed to be a queer trans only mosh. You could not attend if you were cis, but we were prioritizing people of color. And he showed up. And the first thing he did is he walked in, he gave me a hug, he ripped off his shirt, and he went to play. And his wife looked at me and said, he never undresses in public.
Oh,
He never feels safe enough to do that. And I was like, great, now I have to cry at the mosh? How dare you?
Sorry, I apologise. Someone's just said to me, "Do you have the link for this live stream?" I'm like, it's everywhere, darling. Can't you just find it yourself? It's like, now I have to go through like loads of messages and go, "Oh, here's the link." But obviously, we're talking a bit about being political. Now, I've had multiple points of views from this perspective. I've had trans people say, well, it's not political, it's just me being me, right? Why is it that political? And then we have opinions of it's political, we need to fight for our rights, and there's still a lot of way to go. And I think being visible is part of that. I definitely see that from maybe a kink perspective. Done a lot with trying to be visible at prides and trying to get. I find that kink is a way of expressing myself, and also with the history of kink, especially leather, around ACT UP and activist movements like that, that fetish is something that is supposed to be a bit juxtaposition. It's supposed to be that bit jar, and it's supposed to be that thing that's in your face. It's that thing that makes you question and go, hey, really? What are you thinking? Or, oh, look, I'm being positive about myself. Look how strong and sexy I am in leather. But, and I guess, and also we've got the same thing with trans. It's about taking the top off. It's being proud. It's wearing the makeup. It's being body confident. And then you sort of get the collision, which is quite interesting. And how do you see that politically working? Because obviously you're fighting two battles. How do you see that political field? Does that make sense?
I mean, first of all, I'm in the opinion of my identity is as political as the world makes it. It's not political if you stop politicizing it. But it is political if there is literal legislation against my ability to live my life. And until that ends, it is inherently political, in my opinion. Thanks, colonization. I don't see them as two different fronts. It's all the same thing, because that would be like trying to separate being an immigrant, you know, that would be trying to separate like my access needs as a disabled person. That would be like trying to separate like any of these intersections that I hold. That's why they're called intersections. They're not two different fights. They're the exact same fight. And the fight has always been white supremacy. That's as simple as it is to me.
Yeah. It's intersectionality, isn't it? It's that
Yeah.
we're not one thing. We're not segmented.
I'm not Pinky Tuesday, Trans Monday, and then disabled on Fridays only as a little treat. You know.
Trans Tuesday sounds cool.
Recently, embracing the intersectionality, I didn't realize that I was like putting everything into a time frame of like, I am this person at this point of the day, and then this person here, and then sometimes I can go see these friends, but mostly I'm doing pup stuff as Rexy, and like trying to sit and reconnect all the pieces of me into one cohesive thing instead of like this kind of patchwork that was coming apart at the seams has been interesting, and trying to like almost reintegrate my transness and the like queer trans community in Brooklyn that I love, that I like kind of forgot about because of kink, and trying to incorporate everything back together.
And like the spaces are never going to be safe until we recognize this. Because there's so many people who think like, oh, well, you can just leave that shit at the door, and you can't. There's been so many times where I've had to go to my producer, not so many, but like a handful of times where I have to go to my producers and been like, that person is never allowed to volunteer for LA Pop, or I will throw the biggest shit fit because of the crap that they're spewing about trans people. That's not safe. That is not safe for us. You can't say that people are invited in the door because they're puppies when your volunteers spew transphobia. Like, we can't have that, right? So that volunteer, barred. Can't do that anymore because all of it is just one singular fight. And that's the thing, is that it's trying to be divided as like, oh, well, this is the fight for, you know, these rights and that rights. And that's not how it works at all. It is only when we all come together that we realize, oh, honey, we're so much bigger than you.
Thinking about the stuff in Tennessee, in New York, and the US, and Tennessee, and drag queens, how drag queens are not necessarily, kinksters are not necessarily trans, but they're part of our community and they're a pillar of our community. And in the beginning, they were there. And how the drag queens and trans issues and transitioning have been correlated in a couple of the southern states here, and having to be like, no, but yes, but support everyone and all, and like fix all the bad.
And like one of the things is, you ask a bigot to tell the difference, please, because they don't know the difference. So like, why are we trying to do this division shit when the reality is they view us all the same, right? Additionally, our histories are interlocked, right? Like, you don't get, like, if you look at the civil rights movement in the US, gay men were there, you know? It was a gay black man who was whispering in MLK's ears and telling him how to do shit, right? So like, our histories are not divided, and our fight has never been divided. They've always been interlocked. This whole idea of like, oh, the LGB without the T, we've always been there. We've always been fighting. There's all these historical videos of trans women yelling, I want my gay rights, because that was the language at the time, right? So like, honey, we've all always been here. We've all always seen each other. We've all always fought for each other.
The thing now is the visibility, that the T is loud and the T is in your face. And it's becoming more present. So people, the bigots are being like, oh, wait, this is new. But it's not new.
I mean, it's exposure therapy as well, because it was proven that kids that don't ever meet trans people, they're not supportive of trans people. But all the kids that already met a trans person, they were supportive of them. So sometimes that's why it's important to be visible.
Yeah. I think there is another thing of like, obviously it has got a bit safer to be trans than it has been in the past. And obviously the safer it is, the more visible people can be. And obviously we want the play, it's got to be safe before you can be visible sometimes. Yes. You've got to look after yourself first before sometimes you can go out there. As much as I sometimes don't care and just go, I'm just going to be here and just scream and just be leather. But sometimes it's not always safe. And I've had occasions where verbal abuse or physical abuse has happened. And obviously, sometimes it does knock you down, and sometimes you don't want to be visible because you're worried it's going to happen again. And I think as much as we talk about visibility, we've also have to talk about safety in the clubs that you've talked about in LA, and talk about the TKO lever, which I've followed since it started because I was so interested in it. Makes you feel safe. It makes you feel more welcome, and then you become more visible. More people become visible, and we become one community, and everyone comes together. And I think I was at London Trans Pride for the first London Trans Pride, and I went, I feel comfortable in leather. I feel comfortable when I'm in this environment. I want to be myself. I'm always in leather when I go to these events. However, I don't want to be the only one. I don't want to be sort of alone in some sense. And I organised a whole group of us, trans allies, trans people in kink, and we all went. And I was so worried about the messages that were going to come over going, why are these perverts at this pride? Literally, I was waiting for it because I've had it multiple times. I actually had the most supportive messaging that I've had from any pride across. Somebody just walked in. Most positive message across any pride, and people were like, some people didn't know what the leather flag was, and they just went, "Oh, I didn't know what the leather flag." I searched it later and realised actually it was so great because they've always been there. They've always been part of the community. We are one. Da da da. And there was so much this supportive message about being together from us just being there. We just appeared, and we just decided to go there. It's like, oh yeah, we're one community, and it actually made also trans people there feel a lot safer because there were these people in leather. So why aren't we all connected? Because different parts of each community make someone feel safe. So party time in the USA, is it?
I'm staying with my pack in an Airbnb, and I had come back after we went out for lunch, and then they went to a couple of the shops in Boys Town, so they all just got back. But I will say, Quincy, for me, it's important to acknowledge my privilege because I'm white. I am cis passing, which is something that I'm struggling with as somebody who is fiercely non-binary. And
That's a weird one, huh?
I love my beard. I love my hair. But I'm cis passing and I don't like that, but I wouldn't change anything about my physical appearance. Yeah. But it does make me safer. But now that I'm experimenting more with my, like, refinding my femininity in my masculinity of going out looking like a man in a dress now is a weird experience that I have privilege in one space. And then as soon as I put on a dress, that privilege is taken from me. But I'm not centering my experiences in those situations because that's my not everyday lived experience. That centering the trans women's experiences are important and making sure that they feel safe is the important thing. So me looking like a man in a dress, but feeling safer because I'm not trying to be a woman, that it makes things safer. It's that like whole weird dichotomy.
It's a lot of navigating.
Yeah.
One of the things I will say to what you were saying, Quincy, about like safety is there is no like visibility without safety precautions, without measures, without understanding that like we're okay to be visible, is just putting targets on people's back. So like as much as I praise my like, you know, those who can be visible, who have that capacity, who have that privilege, and I recognize that like me being out there was a privilege, right? Me feeling safe too, me having friends who would drive me there, me having the ability to like change in bathrooms so that I wasn't on public transit and gear or anything that was like too out there, right? All of that, you know, is what we have to do. But also like that's the thing, is that if we just yell visibility, and don't put, and I will drive you home, and I will make sure you have an Uber, and I will make sure, you know, that you have the capacity to change and then like get home safely, and I will check on you to make sure you got home. That's not visibility. That's not community. That's just putting targets on people's back. Yeah. When I pre-COVID, when I made more money because COVID wrecked my business, I used to just, I would get texts being like, "Hey, I need a Uber from here to here," and I'd be like, "Cool, no questions asked. Here it is." And that's what I did for all my trans femmes of color that were like in my friend group. Like if I had the capacity to pay for it, I would. And I would get texts being like, "Hey, later today I might call on you," and I'd be like, "Ooh, I haven't gotten paid yet. Could you hit up somebody else? But maybe I could get you this weekend if you have to go somewhere." And it would happen like, you know, "Hey, I don't feel safe where I am." "Cool, drop your coordinates, tell me where you're going. You're going home? Got you. I got the ride. Here's the information." Like that's what mutual aid looks like. That's base level shit, in my opinion. That's what we should all be doing.
Yeah, and obviously talking about safety, there are parts of the community, especially the trans community, where some people aren't as safe. Like we're talking about cis passing privilege. We're talking about even though I'm non-binary, I look and pass as cis male, so I get privilege. I'm also white, so I also have that privilege. I'm not. I am physically able, mentally don't. I am a crazy person, but physically able. And obviously, when we talk about it, we're also, I think one community that always comes to mind is obviously the trans women community, and especially the Black trans women. And we had the question as well. So Instagram, we had a question come on, and it caused a lot of chat actually, and even in our chat about how do we support more Black trans women and what's the support there. And I want to read the question because I will forget the question. So the question that came on was, what are y'all doing to support Black trans women, and what should others do? So what should we do to support Black trans women and maybe other people who can't go out because they don't have that support? They can't feel like they can be visible.
I think the first thing is building on the mutual aid thing of asking, what do you need? And making it explicit that what they say in the capacity that the community, the group, the club, the venue can do will get done. And making sure that there are actionable steps if a transgression happens or if something happens and somebody feels safe enough to come talk to one person, to make those changes immediately, no questions asked.
Yeah.
I'm not a mind reader. I am not a part of that community. We're part of the same umbrella community, but their everyday is not my everyday. So I don't want to make assumptions about what they need. So I think the first thing, especially in a kink community, especially in these spaces where communication and consent is on the forefront, is bringing that communication forward.
Yeah, you can't ever assume what someone needs, right? So in the past, I've like the first fundraiser I did as LA Pup was for the Unique Women's Coalition, which is specifically funding for Black trans women in LA. So I was like, cool, that's the first thing we're doing, baby, is we're making sure they're getting their money. And so it's that, right? Like there's always those places who can distribute things that they will, but more than that, it's mutual aid. I super am like, skip the fucking middleman, connect to Black trans women and femmes. They're gonna fucking tell you. Like my Instagram is flooded with people being like, hey, I need help. Here's the donation link. And it costs you nothing to screenshot that and share it. It costs you nothing to ask your friends, anyone got a few dollars for this person who needs help, right? And that's, to me, base level. Like that's what we should all be doing, is boosting when somebody needs help, right? And just being open to it. Expand your circle. If you don't have Black trans women around you, that says a lot about you, and you should be reflecting on that. Like if you have hella trans friends and none of them are Black trans women, that's a little funky. So I encourage everyone to broaden their horizons, get their education on, because it is not their job to hold your hand through all that shit.
So me
fucking listen.
Not like asking for the communication, but not asking them to explain. Just like, what do you need? Period. And the mutual aid thing too. There's a queer trans play party that is kinky and rooted in leather in New York that does mutual aid to an organization. I'm blanking on it now, but moving forward, 50% or something, a certain percent is going to still go to that specific organization, and a certain percent of it is now going to direct mutual aid. So like navigating both the need for this very specific organization in New York that is incredible, and also the mutual aid that the community needs in that moment too.
Yeah, like one of the things that we instilled in one of the local dungeons that I'm involved with is like scholarship funds. And when we were talking about like creating a criteria, we thought that's too complicated, because like some people are underpaid because they're trans, some people are underpaid because they're Black, some people are underpaid because of both. And it's like, how do we create a rubric that quantifies like students and disability and all those? And I said, no rubric. We were like, there's not a rubric. If you are asking us for help, it's because you need it. And we're just gonna trust that. And we're just gonna give you a free ride to the dungeon for like, it's basically, you don't pay membership dues for a year. And if you need, come the time that it's time to refresh, you still need that, cool. Just tell us and we'll give it to you. If you wanna tell us why, you're welcome to do that. But if you so much as just say, hey, I'm Black and trans, I'd be like, cool, approved, next. That's all I need, baby.
Just go to Ryan. Go for it.
Get them in the dungeon.
A lot of the parties in New York City that I am a part of, that I go to, have tiered pricing. So there's Black trans pricing, there's a trans pricing, there's a regular pricing, and then there's like the angel pricing of, you got money, give us any money you have extra.
Yeah, I one of the groups I have been working on for over 4 years now, it's been a minute, is Obsidian LA, which is specifically for QDI, BIPOC, and kink. And our tier pricing is like sex worker pricing, Then there's like low income pricing, and then there's like early bird pricing, week of pricing, day of pricing, and then there's the white ally price, which never lowers. And I brought a white person as a date once, and they said, "Do I have to pay?" And I said, "Well, technically, you're my guest, so you get him for free. So what's going to happen is you're going to go to our PayPal, and you're going to give a nice donation."
So, unfortunately, we're going to have to end there, which is really sad because I really enjoyed the chat. But we have got our next guest waiting, and they have been waiting a little while. Someone did ask, who's in the background? Are they going to say hello as trans allies, or are they going to hide in the...
Come here, Chipper.
Chipper's coming. Chipper's the Northeast handler.
Chipper, hello.
He lost
So
his
that's
voice.
who we're blaming.
Yeah, we're blaming.
Alright,
Hashtag
thank
blame
you.
the handlers.
Hashtag blame the handler.
Enjoy and good luck for the rest of the live stream.
Thank you
for
very
your
much.
time.
Thank you so much. And I'll hopefully see you soon.
Yeah. Bye.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye. Oh God, they got rid of themselves. So they're all eager to go. They've got the international pup and trainer contest, so very busy this weekend. Oh God, we're on.
It's a lot of like I'm mentally taking notes because there's a lot of good inspiration.
Yep. Someone said, Blueberry said, bye. Take care, you two. We have just do the hellos quickly. Tron said hello, greetings from Manchester. Oh, if you could say where you're from, that would be amazing. I'd love to see how many places we were actually in. Probably we're not in Australia anymore. That's probably a bit too early in the morning for them. What else is going on? There's not really much else going on at the moment. If you do have any questions for any of our guests, do let us know. So we're now going to invite an amazing person who I met at the Czech elections this year. I had the honour of judging them when they went for Czech Puppy 2023. It was a great time there, apart from me having to go to hospital. But it was a lovely time. I really loved going to Prague, and I can't wait to be there again. So without further ado, I'm going to invite Shaki. Hello.
Hi everyone.
Hello.
Hiya, how are you?
Yeah, I'm fine, but a little bit tired because I had a lot of work before, but it's okay for now.
I'm just literally pushing sugar into me. I've got these jammy Dodger things. I've got Pepsi with sugar and caffeine, so I'm just trying to keep myself going tonight.
Yeah, sure, but I have another thing for energy because I live with my owner and also with my puppy, and we have a small Alpha Supreme. I can show you on stream because she's there with me.
We've got a bio dog in the house.
Bio dog, yes, wow.
Hello. Such a cutie. So we've got highs to you. We've got hello, welcome from Shining. Hi, Shaki from Bluebee. Welcome from Batho. So getting all the welcomes today. So Shaki, do you want to introduce yourself, tell your pronouns, a bit about yourself, and maybe a bit about you going for the Czech election?
Yeah, I am Shaki, and I trans people like female. Male to female, and I am the first runner-up from the last competition in Czech Puppy. It's for year 2023. Yeah, 2023. And in my work life, I work in industry. It's so difficult for trans people in Czech Republic to work in industry because a lot of people think it's a job for men. Yeah, and they sometimes say it to me. but I also in my free time work with dogs and do workshop for handling, and I yeah, this is why I love work with animals, because because they can show me if they love me or if they hate me. Yeah, they bite me or give me a lick.
That's true. That's very
Yeah.
true.
So Tony, I'm going to leave this one
Yeah.
leave this one to you, because
Yeah.
I got the privilege of interviewing Shaki for the Czech elections, so I know quite a bit about her. So I'll leave it up to you to find out more.
Yeah. So like, what is for you like pet play? What it means to you being trans and a pet player also? Because I don't know much about the kink community in Czech Republic, so I'm curious to know like what it means for you also as a pet player.
Yeah, be trans in a pet play in Czech Republic. I think it doesn't matter. Yeah, in our community, it doesn't uh, doesn't make you different. Yeah, everybody in Czech community accept me, and I accept everyone also. Yeah, and this is for me. This is the right way. How to solve a lot of problems. Yeah, and yeah, maybe it's some it makes some weird situation, because I also work in workshops like BDSM workshop, spanking workshop, and there is a new people who start thinking about BDSM and try to have some information. Yeah, and they see me in on a stage. Yeah, and also later they see me in the men toilets, because if I don't have time, I don't choose which toilet I want to use. I go to the first door, and also, and it's a very situation, because a lot of men is feel feel some new what's it some new
Uncomfortable.
feels uncomfortable with that. But if they have some information about me and talk with me, they have good feelings. Yeah, it makes change their mind.
Have you got any other questions, Tony?
Yes. So
Oh, you got
for
loads.
yeah, no, I was thinking like, how would you think can we make in general like events more welcoming and safer for trans women? Because I'm AFAB, but I'm non-binary and trans, and I've started passing, so my experiences started to change in with the privilege I'm gaining on the way. So I want to like ask also to somebody like a trans women, like her opinion.
It's a difficult question, because I think events needs to be safe for trans people. Yeah, but I think the private changing room, for example, is on the right way, because we don't be different from from another people. Yeah. I use in my work, I use changing room for women, and everyone accepted, because I don't have an interest in a woman. Yeah, I think it's the right way to inform public, normal people, normal people. Sorry, inform public. That doesn't makes anyone different from different. It doesn't make the difference between us and there. Yeah. This is the point why I think that private changing rooms doesn't solve anything. Yeah, I think main the main point must be inform people about that we have a normal life like them. Yeah, you go to the work every working day. I think I also they also. What's the difference?
Tony, any more? You're on mute, darling. It's technology.
I thought I couldn't unmute myself. Sorry, I was
Can
being
you not
lazy.
unmute yourself?
No, I thought if you mute me, I couldn't unmute myself.
Oh,
Also,
no,
I have a fidget cube. That's why I get muted, because I'm fidgeting and it's a bit noisy. No, I mean, to be honest, like, it's fair. Like, sometimes it's just about showing, like, sometimes I'm like, my life is a bit boring, like, just a normal person. Besides all the kinky bits, like, you know, I'm like, yeah, so just want to pee. Like, somebody said, like, just put a sign. Can you please? Can you keep your toilet clean? And that should be the main difference. Can somebody, like, do their business clean or anything? Like, it's a very good point. Sometimes we overthink stuff, and it's just a basic.
Yeah. Shaki, you can say, you can tell me you don't want to talk about it, but when we were in the interview together, you talked about you sort of transitioned during your pup time. So you were pup and then started transitioning after you got into the scene. And I just wanted to sort of hear your experience of that, of starting in the scene in one position of your journey, like right at the start or just before really your journey in transitioning, and then obviously to now. How different do you see that, and how has there been any struggles being in the kink community and transitioning in the kink community? So that might be a bit long.
Yeah.
So
What's the difference between I start for and now? Yeah.
yeah, and then a bit of how it was the journey.
I think the first and main difference is in a club. Yeah. If I start with a puppy play 7 years ago, and I start with a transition about 3 years ago. Yeah. And for these 3 years, it make some small differences, I think, because on a club, yeah, I actually have a pets, yeah, and a lot of events and workshops and something like that is in a gay club, yeah, and a lot of people looks weird too, because they think, what is that? This is club for men, yeah, and they actually don't recognize what I am before I talk to him, because I know my voice is still for still too deep for a woman, yeah, and but I don't feel any other differences, because it's still me, and I still have crazy ideas and go for it, and it doesn't change anything for me because a lot of people know me before from community, from BDSM community and Puppy, and they actually know it 2 years before I start transition because they know me like a person, and actually I'm not a manly man before.
So I've got a question for you from the audience. Which pub event would you go to across Europe outside of the Czech Republic? Where would you want to go?
Wanna go? I love the European puppy contest in Darklands, and before I was in puppy contest in the United Kingdom in Manchester City. I think it's 4 maybe 5 years ago, and also with also in Italy event, and a lot of live prides. Yeah, I was on Pride in Milano, and it's a beautiful moment for me because there are a lot of people. There are a lot of visitors, and I have beautiful moment in my life because when I was in Pride Milano, some man with a small girl with his daughter go to me and ask me if I can get my mask off because his daughter don't trust that we are people. She think we are actually some animals, and I turn my mask off, and she have a smile and say, "It's a boy." It's a beautiful moment for me. But this is the reason why I love events outside of Czech Republic because in Czech Republic we have a small population, and also it's we have a smaller events than the other countries. And I want one time to visit Spain.
That's one. You've chosen the two places that I haven't been yet, Italy and Spain, and it is on my list of things I would love to go to. I've also been told some of the Spanish prides are amazing, and want to go there. Obviously, people can ask questions at any time. I will try and push them over. We are running late. I knew this would happen. As much as I thought, well, we've got loads of times, we'll be fine. We are running late, but it's fine. Tony, have you got any other questions that you would like to ask?
Not at the moment.
You've gone silent.
Yeah, no, I think my brain is trying to process all this information.
I know it's so much going on. Shaki, one question for me, and I did ask you this question at the election. Will you go for it again?
Yeah, I actually will try it because I love when people smiling with my performance, and I think I do it. Yeah, and also a lot of people write me a message after that, and this is the result why I do this. Yeah, I I don't worry about anything. If people have fun, if people smile, if they have a fine evening.
So I think following on from that, what does trans visibility mean to you?
I actually don't think so, because this is I joined this short time ago. Yeah, I think I can't answer this question, because I don't know actually this this positivity is about trans community and like that. I only think about trans community in Czech Republic. Yeah, I try to give them some experience, because it's quite a different situation, and a lot of people have a lot of problems. Yeah, and so it's like a hard life situation.
That's fine. I have got one question. Would you also want to visit Austria?
Yeah, I want, but I want, but but one thing about that, I really hate spiders. And in Australia, in Australia, sorry, maybe
I think it
I
was Austria.
Yeah.
I spell the two the wrong way, so don't worry. I do the same all the time. But yeah, Austria, the neighbouring country.
I actually think about it. Yeah, I want to join some events in that, but actually I don't know anyone who live there, and it's difficult for me to give some information about that.
You will soon. You will very soon if you stay tuned.
You haven't met Spark, have you? Yeah, you did meet Spark. You met Spark, who was judging with me. The other puppy.
Yeah, do you mean Puppy Spark? Yeah.
Yeah, puppy Spark. Yeah.
Because my owner right here is Spark. Yeah.
Oh, too many of them.
I got confused.
So confused.
Yeah, I think I will visit this country, because there's there's some I think they have a good community, because I hear a lot of about supporting in this community, and I think it's fine.
Great. I unfortunately am going to have to cut you off there, Shaki. I know we haven't had as much time as we wished, but I also don't want to waste more of your afternoon. It's really been great to chat to you again, and it was lovely to see you, Darklands. And I hope that I can see you either in Austria or somewhere across Europe, or even maybe Prague again this year, and watch you contest from the public rather than judging you. It'd be lovely to see that. So have a lovely evening. Also, do your lovely owners and friends want to say hello, and we'll say thank you for them for helping translate this evening, being great trans allies. They still get to be visible.
Literally.
Is Spark going to say hello? Is he? Or is he not there? There you go. I've got a hand.
Yeah, I saw it. Yeah, hello, hi.
Thank you so much for helping this evening. And we'll say goodbye to you, and have a lovely weekend. Have a lovely Trans Day of Visibility, and we'll hope to see you soon.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Now, how do we get? There we go. So now we come to that part in the evening where I've been sitting here for 2 hours and 12 minutes and got a small bladder. Tony's been sitting there for 2 hours and 12 minutes and got a even smaller bladder.
Smaller bladder.
And I think we've all had a lot of time sitting down watching this. So what we're going to do is I'm going to show some videos from some things that I've done this year and a video from Stonewall talking about different trans people in different communities. Stay tuned. We will be back in about 10 minutes once we've both emptied our bladders.
And recover Alpha Spoon.
Yeah, recover
Because
from
they were divergent, so-
spoons. And we'll be back with our next guest. Who's our next guest?
Topher.
Is it Topher?
Yeah.
Topher's not here, so I need to message Topher anyway. So we'll see you in about 10 minutes. Bye. See you 10 minutes. Don't go away. Don't go away. Oh, okay.
আমি যখন ক্লাস 5 বা 6-এ পড়ি তখন আমার কাছে মনে হলো যে আমি স্বাভাবিক মানুষের থেকে একটু অন্যরকম, কারণ আমার হাঁটা চলা ছিল একটু মেয়েদের মতো, আমার কথা বলার স্টাইল ছিল মেয়েদের মতো, এবং আমি যে বাইরে খেলতাম যে খেলাগুলো আছে মেইনলি খেলাগুলো আমার কাছে ভালো লাগতো, দড়ি লাফ। যখন সে ফর এক্সাম্পল আমি স্কুলে গিয়েছি, আমি কিন্তু ফার্স্ট বেঞ্চে কোনো দিন বসতে পারিনি। আমি যখন স্কুলে গেট দিয়ে ঢুকতাম তখন থেকে আমার মানে স্কুলে যত ফ্রেন্ডস ছিল, টিচার ছিল, সবার চোখ আমার দিকে ছিল। স্কুলে পড়াশোনা করতে গিয়েছি, আমাকে লাস্ট বেঞ্চে বসতে হয়েছে। আমরা বিলিভ করি, বিশ্বাস করি হিজড়া হচ্ছে একটা কালচার যেটা আমাদের একদম আদি পুরুষ থেকে হয়ে আসছে। হ্যাঁ, কালচারটা হচ্ছে যে আমরা মনে করি যে হিজড়ারা বাড়ি বাড়ি গিয়ে বাচ্চা নাচায়, মানে একটা আশীর্বাদ, বাচ্চাকে আশীর্বাদ করে টাকা উপার্জন করে। এটা যুগ যুগ ধরে আসছে এবং বিভিন্ন জায়গায় অনুষ্ঠানে বিয়ে বাড়িতে নাচ গান করে থাকি। নাচ গান করে তার একটা টাকার উপার্জন, টাকার উৎস, যেহেতু হিজড়াদের কোনো জায়গায় তাদের এক্সেস ছিল না। সো এটা যুগ যুগ থেকে, একদম যুগ যুগ থেকে এটা চলে আসছে হিজড়া পরম্পরা, যেটা বলে একটা গুরু শিষ্যর পরম্পরা। সে ফর এক্সাম্পল আমি যখন বাংলাদেশ টেলিভিশনে নৃত্যশিল্পী হিসেবে অডিশন দিতে যাই, সেখানে সারা বাংলাদেশ থেকে 1000 নৃত্যশিল্পী এসেছে অডিশন দেওয়ার জন্য। কিন্তু আমি যখন সেজে গুজে গেলাম, আমি কিন্তু কাউকে বলিনি যে আমি ট্রান্সজেন্ডার, আমি একজন মেয়ে হিসেবে গিয়েছি। যখন দেখলাম যে ইন্টারভিউর সময় আমাকে প্রশ্ন করেছে, আমি কিন্তু প্রত্যেকটা প্রশ্ন এবং কারো রিকোয়েস্টে না, আমি আমার নিজের যোগ্যতায় গিয়েছি এবং নিজের যোগ্যতায় সেখানে পারফরমেন্স করেছি। পারফরমেন্স করার পর যখন আমাকে জাজ ডাকলো যে তোমার নাম কি, যখন আমি বললাম যে যেহেতু আমাদের ভোটার আইডি কার্ড আছে, তখন আমি বলছি আমার নাম মাসুদুল হক রানা। হ্যাঁ, তুমি ট্রান্সজেন্ডার? আমি ট্রান্সজেন্ডার। সঙ্গে সঙ্গে মনে হলো জায়গাটার মধ্যে সাংবাদিক ভরে গেল, আর তারা মনে হয় জাজরা আকাশ থেকে পড়লো যে এটা কী করে সম্ভব, এত সুন্দর যোগ্যতা, এবং প্রত্যেকটা প্রশ্নর 100% অ্যান্সার দিয়েছি, কারোর রিকোয়েস্টেও যায়নি। মাসুদুল হকই থাকতাম, আমি কিন্তু রানী চৌধুরী হতাম না, যেহেতু আমার মনে প্রাণে আমি বিশ্বাস করছি আমি একজন ফিমেল, এবং আমার পশ্চারে, আমার শরীরে কিন্তু শাড়ি পরেছি, চুড়ি পরেছি, চুল রেখেছি, পুরো একটা মহিলার মতো আমি সব জায়গায় যাচ্ছি, কাজ করছি। সো আমি বিলিভ করি যেহেতু আমরা একদম মনের ভিতরে একটা মেয়ে বসবাস, একটা মেয়ের যা করা উচিত আমিও তাই করছি, তো আমার কাছে এই জিনিসটা খুব ভালো লাগে। সমাজে মানুষ অন্য চোখে দেখলেও আমি মনে করি যে আমি নিজে একজন নারী এবং নারীর সত্তা আমার ভিতরে আছে। তারা এখানে আমার একটা অ্যাওয়ারনেস জায়গা ছিল যে আসলে আমাদেরকে সুযোগ দিলে আমরা পারবো।
umbrella term for gender identity.
International Non-Binary Peoples' Day is observed each year on July 14th, and this day is aimed at raising awareness around the issues facing the non-binary community around the world. The date was chosen specifically because it is precisely between International Men's Day and International Women's Day.
Non-binary is an umbrella term for gender identities that are solely not male or female. Identities that are outside of the gender binary, such as genderqueer, gender fluid, two-spirit, agender, and many more.
We need to support the non-binary community, and we can do that through the use of being aware of your use of gendered language, by being aware of pronouns and introducing your pronouns and asking others of theirs, and also respecting those pronouns. We also need to fight against legislation that is anti-trans, anti-non-binary, and even more generally, anti-queer.
We understand that this can be difficult in sexually charged gender spaces. However, usually in masculine/male-centric space or female/feminine-centric space, and those who feel comfortable in said spaces, allows us to start engaging and build a more inclusive community.
As non-binary people, we stand together to say we are here.
We belong, and to the rest of our non-binary community, you are welcome in our spaces. We are proud to be non-binary.
We are proud to be queer and
My pronouns are they, them. On this International Pronoun Day, let's make respecting and sharing pronouns a more commonplace. Introducing yourself with your pronouns makes it easier for trans, non-binary and other gender non-conforming individuals to share their pronouns.
Hi, I'm Mamo, Mr. of the Netherlands, and my pronouns are he, them.
Hey, ik ben Theo, ik ben Mr. Letter Netherlands, and my pronouns is he.
My pronouns are he, him.
My pronouns are he, they.
My pronouns are he, him.
Hi, I'm Pub Sirius. My pronouns are he, him, his.
My pronouns are he, him, his.
My pronouns are he, him, and his.
My pronouns are he, him.
Hello, I'm Aaron, and my pronoun is he.
My pronouns are he, him.
My pronouns are he, him.
My pronouns are he and him.
My pronouns are he, him.
My pronouns are he and she.
Hi, my name is Joe King. My pronouns are he and him.
My pronouns are he, him.
Hi folks, I'm Gael. I'm the current International Mr. Letter 2022, also known as IML44, and my pronouns are he and him.
My pronouns are he, him.
Hi, I'm Bentley, and my pronouns are they, them.
Hi, I'm Joe, and let's remember that sex does not equal gender, and someone's pronouns are never just a preference. Let's make a difference together. My pronouns are they, them. What are yours?
You're muted anyway, so you're muted.
Oh, I'm muted now. Can you all hear us? Can you hear us on the live stream? So we're back. We've had a bit of a shorter break than we were expecting. We showed you some lovely videos that were the first one was done by Stonewall this year, showing diversity and gender non-conforming across the world. And then 2 videos that I did for Non-Binary People's Day and International Pronoun Day. So it's really nice to share those. It's obviously something that we are going to be talking about as well. So, without further ado, we've been keeping them in the backstage area for a little while, unfortunately, due to us running a bit late. So we're going to welcome our amazing. Oh God, words just went out of my mouth there. I didn't know what I was going to say. Our amazing trans ally, amazing person who does so much work around the community, around sex positivity, and so much more. And to introduce themselves is Topher. Hello.
Hi, thank you for having me. Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you. It's nice to see you again. I haven't seen you in a little while.
Yeah, I think since Manchester Pride, or maybe in passing in London after.
Yeah, it might have been in passing. Sometimes we see each other and go, hello, we're busy.
Yeah, the past few years, it's all blurred into one because of COVID. I'm just not really aware of who I know anymore.
You know a lot of people. I think that's the crux of it.
Too many.
Because you've been on a live stream recently as well, weren't you, with Love Tank? Is that correct?
Yeah. Gosh, I can't even remember what that was. You know what? Like I said, everything's blurring into one. It's really bad. I keep doing things and forgetting I've done them. Really bad, isn't it? Not to sound ungrateful, it's just because I'm busy.
Yeah. So do you want to introduce a bit about yourself and about what you do, and just to give a bit of a flavour of who you are?
Yeah, sure. So I do sex education. That's kind of my base topic. But I'm probably on the queer scene known best for I work with Clone Zone. And for those that aren't aware, it's like a big queer retailer. It used to be like a gay man's retailer, and it's expanded, like with me kind of clawing the things away over the last 13 years. But yeah, so I'm most known for that. I do sex toy development. I do writing, video stuff, podcasts. I've just filmed for a documentary for TV. I've got my like fingers in many pies. Is that the phrase, or did I just make that up?
No, that is.
Oh, thank God! I always get them wrong. I always make up my own version of it, and I realised 10 minutes later.
I was expecting you to make it more dirty than it actually is. But no, you said it exactly how it is. Someone said, welcome back. So we are back now after our little a toilet break. Our bladders begging to go to the toilet. So, Topher, I don't want to presume, but you don't identify as trans, do you?
No, I'm he, him. I do get a lot of people putting me in that category. It's just because of like I wear lingerie and stuff. But I mean, I'm not just being corny. That's more just I like the fabric. It's not.
It's gender expression anyway. Like.
Yeah. I mean, I grew up very heavily influenced by David Bowie and Madonna and Marlene Dietrich. So for me, I was always going to be dressing like that because that was my dream from like being a child. So it doesn't have any. It's just, to me, it's just fabric, and I like the way it looks. But a lot of people, especially since I've been doing like OnlyFans, they put me in that category, and I'm always having to like bark back, like no, like I'm not taking. I don't think it's right for me to take that. You know, I don't have the context. I don't have the dysphoria. I don't think it's fair.
Yeah, but I think the one thing that I always notice from you is that you are quite a big trans ally. You do a lot of work with Clone Zone. You do a lot of work outside as well on your personal social media as well about being obviously a trans ally. You're very active and you very much show those posts. And every time there is an issue, you very much stand up and very supportive of the community. Is that correct?
Yeah, definitely. I just feel like, I mean, if we rewind back to when my job started, so I started working in sex shops, and it was the trans sex workers of Soho really who were my kind of inspiration, because they were teaching me about like the diverse use of sex toys, about sex work. I had no idea. So I always had this kind of loyalty to trans people. And I just think it just felt really organic. It wasn't like I'm going to try and look nice and liberal. It wasn't about making Clone Zone like more PR friendly. It was just a case of I came in, and then when I came to Clone Zone, I was like, we don't really seem to be doing too much to like help, you know. And this was back, I started there in 2008, and I was like, right, let's just get different models and different influencers involved. But I never, maybe where I tripped up actually, I never announced our influencers or models or collaborators as trans, because for me I didn't really see the point. I was like, well, it's a man, right? So there he is modeling his clothes just like the rest of the guys who are modeling. And then maybe that was an error on my part, but I just didn't want to be like, we have a trans model, look at us. It was just like, yeah, this is a model.
Yeah, I guess there's a difference between tokenism and just being generally diverse. And sometimes it can seem like that if you say, oh, we've got a group of models and look, here's the trans person. We've done it because we want to be diverse. It can come across like that. And I think that's the way it should be, isn't it? We just have diverse models. And that's it. We don't question, oh, this is this person, put these in different categories, because they are all men at the end of the day, or advertising male sex toys or male fetish wear. And even then, it's not always male. Like I've shopped in Clone Zone many times. You see me there. I don't identify as male. I might be mass presenting, but it is even for people who are non-binary. Even I think I see a lot of female people come in, or female presenting people coming into the stores as well and shopping there and choosing clothing that.
And I love that. Yeah, I like, for me personally, like when it comes to my job, so this is where I think the sex toy development really helped with this side of things of Clone Zone, because all of the work I do of development is not about the gender of the person doing it, it's about the genitalia. It's about the erogenous zone, it's about the part of like the penis or the prostate or the anus that it's working on. So it was always a bit of a blurry line with Clone Zone because it was originally a gay men's store. You know, it was set up by 4 cis gay best friends. I mean, it was revolutionary, and it still is in its own way. You know, but it was kind of when I took the reins in my own little way. So I took over as brand management and PR and stuff, and I was like, it wasn't, and I think, it's that blurry, like, because I genuinely wanted Clone Zone to be more inclusive. If I mean, all of the like sales and stuff aside, because it just satisfied me to do that. Because I'm like, I'm in a position, I was in my mid-20s to like make a little bit of an impact. And I was like, cool, then let me do what I do best. And I pulled in all of my contacts from the underworld of Soho, you know, all like the trans sex workers I used to work with, all the drag queens, all that gender non-conforming, you know, like but we all used to trip over ourselves, because I think like I'm a little bit older than most people were like really present at the scene. So I used to go to clubs which had like really like now like dodgy names. So I had to unlearn a lot of bullshit myself. But yeah, I just think that the shop itself, I love the fact now that I go in there and I see such a mix of people. And it's so satisfying to think like people feel safe to come in. And at the end of the day, like it's an intimate shop. So I want people on a personal level to feel like they can come into our shop and be safe, you know? And it's, I don't know. I just, to be honest with you, I get bored just being around gay men. If I'm honest, in my head office, I'm like, so I like a colorful mix of people. I think and it helps my job. I need different contexts. I need different viewpoints. I need to know about different genitalia.
Yeah, like diversity adds to progress. You've got different viewpoints. Everyone's got different viewpoints because of different backgrounds, different diversities. We've all got different intersectionalities, and when we come together, we create better and brighter ideas. And I think that's sort of what allyship is about as well, is that we're inviting everyone to the table, no matter what, to help collaborate and build a better society, a better community, or a better sex toy at the end of the day.
Because that's at the end of the day, like when you take away all of like the Clone Zone stuff, you know, the pictures of the buff guys that the underwear brand send to us and all that blah blah, the stuff that I'm not interested in. I don't care about underwear. No offense, I don't care. It means nothing to me. I care about sex toys. I care about community, and I care about pleasure. And it's my job to make sure that someone who maybe feels completely ostracized in their hometown, in the God knows of where, in the UK or Europe or America, discovers us and thinks, wow, like there's stuff in this store for me. Like, you know, maybe I can use this. And that's what my job is at the end of the day.
Tony, you've been to Clone Zone, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So, and I know that you've got a collection of paraphernalia.
Accessories. I call them accessories. Accessories.
How do you feel in that space? Because you're.
I mean, it's well, things are evolving, and toys are evolving a lot. And what I was having a discussion with somebody, and I was like, well, I recommend you for an AFAB person, this toy, I'm very sorry, is called very feminine name, and I was like, it's just difficult for us to shop for, let's say, certain articles because they don't exist. So to have this market started to expand and have different sizes, like, I mean, if you make it a bit more generic and it's just like, can a person with this exercise clit or whatever they want to call their bottom growth, whatever, can fit in it? Yes, no. Also because there is always this sort of very binary vision of genitalia, when actually it's clear that it's not always the case. So well, it community is changing, what is evolving, our expression is evolving. Why cannot always so bring that in the bedroom or wherever you use those accessories?
Yeah. I had a really interesting, because with the adult toy industry, there's a lot of big mass production distributors. So like you go into a shop and you have your smaller brands who do the more specialized luxury items. And then you have your mass brands, the ones who do one of everything. And I went to Irafame, which is the erotic trade show in Germany last year. And I was so impressed. There's a brand called Doc Johnson, who have now, they're transitioning into it now. They are removing all gender, like everything is like neutral. It's all about what it's used on, and how to best utilize it for what you're working with, or what you want to work with eventually, you know. So that's a really big move, and I did not see that happening so quickly. But Doc Johnson, they surprised me, I have to be honest, because I was expecting them to be a bit slower because they're so big.
Yeah, I know. I actually know that. I mean, it's. I have to say, well, my kink journey started with just being curious, because there were a lot of different stuff, and I was just like, I want to know, like, and something that I say that's my personal joke. But when somebody's upset, sometimes we have the tendency to say, "Oh, this person needs to fuck," and what I say is like, "No, this person might need an orgasm." So I would say, I wish doctor could prescribe sometimes this kind of accessories. And
that's a whole conversation, isn't it? Because so many people are so scared to explore.
Also, it can be very important also in the journey for your like the exploration of your own body. And I have to say, like, the way we navigate our body can be very gender affirming for us as well. So it's good to see like places like Clonson, like as you said, it started like with cisgender gay man, and now is expanding. And it's very good.
We do have a long way to go. Like I can't sit here and like wave the flag, because it's just hard, because you know there's only a certain amount of product we can manufacture ourselves, like because we're only so big, you know. But I'm seeing things change and quite rapidly, and that's impressive. The only thing I find a little bit crap at the minute is some of the options that some of the brands provide. And there was a really good stroker for trans men that was given to us, and then the person who was behind the stroker came out with all of this. I won't name them because I'll probably end up getting deleted from Twitter again for the 5th time. But so it's like we finally got in this great stroker, and then the person who was behind the brand, I'll say the brand, Perfect Fit, but I won't say the person I'm not a fan of, who, like, he came out and opened his mouth about all of these comments, and he's actually from within the community. So that complicated thing. So it's a little bit frustrating. It's like, I just wish we had more to offer. But there's, like I said, we're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place with it. But so I can't sit here and say we're the best, but I can say that I work in a head office for the people who genuinely do give a shit, and that's cool. So I know that we're facing in the right direction.
Obviously, I think we had a little chat as well about being one community, and that people don't really, outside of the community, the bigots and the people who want to always moaning that we shouldn't have a space and everything, don't really differentiate between trans, gay, bi, drag queen, drag king. They just see us as one foreign entity, I would say. And you sort of got a bit of backlash, I think, recently with some bigots and some twats, I would say, in Manchester, didn't you?
Yeah, so our store got vandalized. So we had a kink positive. We had, in our Manchester branch, we have 2 windows up, and we just had this new kink positive window put in. It was sponsored by Mr. S Leather, so they'd had this like magnificent photo shoot done, and yeah, one of it was all puppies, and then one was a trans male model, and yeah, the windows got smashed in. I can't factually say that's why, but I mean, listen, I'm a 33-year-old gay man. I know, you know what I mean? It's like you grow up and you know. I mean, like I said, it was targeted, and then on Twitter, we started to get. I don't know how deep I can go into this, and I'm going to try not to swear. Let me try and be elegant. So we had like the LGB Alliance affiliated people, also known as pieces of shit. They got involved and started to like jump into our mentions, and they were bringing all this toxic shit our way, and I was like, I didn't engage too much for the simple fact that I didn't want anyone following us who, you know, is trans or non-binary to read that stuff. So I just threw my little quip and then block, and it was just you can't seem to do anything. And we are always like, whenever Pride in London happens as well, pictures from our Soho shop will kind of trend on Twitter, and then we get the same kind of backlash because people just lump us all together. And I think like that, I mean, besides being intellectually dishonest, is stupid. Like, we're so different. Like, we're such a mix of, and I can't compare myself to like, you know, I can't even compare myself to a drag queen. I can't even put eyeliner on. Do you know what I mean? I just think there's a lot of fear mongering at the minute, and we're seeing that manifest into you know, bad behavior and violence, which is exactly what we were saying would happen 5 years ago.
Yeah, but I think it's this thing of we should be one. We should be one community, no matter the differences, and no matter differences of thought, and no matter I won't understand exactly how this person feels or that person feels. But when we come together, we are one big unit. We are solid. We are diverse. We are creative. We are intuitive. We think of different things in different ways. Someone might think of it a different way, and once we come together, that's when we've got the power. I think that's when we've got the solidarity. That's when
we can change also things clearly. Like we are empowered. Like we have more power also in unity. That's the thing. Like even having you here, like it means something.
Oh, thank you. I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm a bit. I mean, I have my guilty tendency is that I am corny. I'm cheesy. You know, I like community. I love Pride, not for sales at the store. I like it because I get to see the people that I email with. I get people approaching me who have perhaps listened to a podcast or have read something, and it's just that I love that sense of, you know, something a bit more visceral, because we're all behind the screens all the time, you know, and especially since COVID, all my work is digital. So it's just nice. I love the community. I like to learn from people. And then even maybe on a selfish note, as someone who works with adult toy brands and sex education, it's important for me to have that face-to-face interaction with people with different bodies to me, with different understanding of their bodies, because I need that information, because then I can feed it back to the brands, you know, and not in a, you know, oh, we just want to get sales out of this way, just in a like I want to be able to help, I mean, take whatever privilege or, you know, position I have in the scene or the industry, and rather than, you know, pull the ladder up behind me, I'm very much come with me. Like, you know, when I took over brand and PR, one of our old directors, I remember him seeing what I'd organised for Pride in London, and I booked this huge big rig, and I had this complete crowd of like chaotic mix of every aspect of our scene. I pulled everyone in. We had like everything from gay guys to like porn stars to furries to like, you know, to like drag queen, and it was just this colourful. I've got videos of it. It's beautiful. I'll send them to you if you want. It was just beautiful, and we completely dominated Oxford Street. You know, we stopped Pride in London. Literally, enough people and camera crews wanted to, and that was just a good example of, look, we had like it was obviously it's quite superficial because people were looking at the colour and the, you know, people dressed up as fur, but it was just like, this is our scene. Like we go from this to this, but we are here as one. We're dancing to the same song, you know. And then it started to rain, and we're all dancing in the rain. It was just cute. And then me being corny, I live for that shit. So I was like, okay, it was good.
Corny cuteness.
Yeah. So I just think, yeah, anything I can do. So just like the whole point of me being on this chat is just a big part of my mindset and my work is to include, because I know not in the same way. I know from my background, I didn't get to discover or express my sexuality until I was almost 20 years old. So I had those years of frustration of seeing all the people around me, you know, date, kiss, get fingered, you know, fuck. And I was like, I want to be trying this, and I couldn't. So I know I have that thing in the back of my head, you know. It's always the case of don't pull the ladder up, you know, bring people up the ladder behind you.
Someone said they love your aesthetic of your room.
Oh, thank you. That's my my neon banana.
And we might be talking about bananas in a bit once we get to the game.
I did think that. Like, I've got an electronic one, and I've got this bust that says Lust. It's my bust.
Ooh.
It's cute. It was a present for my 31st birthday.
Ooh. Can we get neon? I need neon. I've just got a really boring basic flag in the background. Toma's got beautiful neon, and I'm like, oh.
Do you know what it is? I like mood lighting. I don't like having big lights on. I hate it. It makes me feel like I'm in Boots or Superdrug. So like I like pinks and purples and like golden colours.
Or if you turn the lights down low enough, you feel like you're in Hollister.
Yeah. Yeah.
Where you can't see your way.
There used to be like old like brothels in Soho, and the girls would have these like pink, and you would just see different color light rims above the shops, and I used to think it was so sexy and glamorous. So I think I just try and emulate that in my own little way. So this is my little brothel.
I love that. Obviously, you don't just do sex toys, but you do sex work yourself as well, and obviously you are quite femme presenting sometimes. We do the lingerie, and we've got a few sex workers in the chat. I've done my fair share as well, as you probably know. Maybe not the best, but we move by
I'm
that.
sure it's fabulous.
Thank you. Yeah, I haven't watched it yet. It's not that fabulous, but anyway, what do you see the space of like LGBT sex work? And I find that a lot of trans people are sex workers as well. And what do you find that space, and what maybe some negatives around it as well as positives about being very femme presenting in porn?
I think kind of what I touched on earlier, whereas people will throw me into the trans category, and not that I'm offended by that. Like, that's fabulous. I mean, to be associated with like some of the most beautiful people I've ever seen in my life, of course, I'm not going to be offended. But I don't think it's fair, and it wouldn't be right for me to ride that wave and take that. What's the word? Like, I don't have the context. I don't have that lived experience. I don't have the hardship. I haven't done the hard years. I haven't had to go through all of that work, So, when you're doing sex, I do like porn content. It's a blurred line between expressing yourself in a certain way and then dipping into the lines of fetishism. And it's about, from my understanding, balancing that, because it's very easy to, like, I always get, like, do you see on Twitter when people add you to a list? I always get added to lists, and they usually have quite like what I would consider to be quite transphobic or fetishist titles. And I'm like, why am I like, I don't know. I enjoy what I do, but I don't enjoy the that side of it. The way that you are categorized, and it's so simplistic.
And I always say, because I do a lot of fetish education, and I always go, the fetishization of people isn't a fetish. You like, yes, it by definition is fetish, but it's not a part of the fetish community. It's not, for me, it's not something consensual. They're not consenting to you fetishizing themselves. You've decided to put that label on them. You've decided to do that, and you've decided to fetishize them without their consent. It's not a fetish. Not something that should be a part of our community, and it often ends up being part of the community, unfortunately, and it shouldn't be. And we should I think sometimes we do have to call that out sometimes say that, yeah, this isn't a fetish, or this shouldn't be a part of our community.
Yeah, it's always that blurred line, but I do always call it out, which I think always loses me followers. And I'm like, try and stay sexy, and then I have this thing and it just comes out, and I'm like, there you go. I have to spit something out of my mouth, or I swear I'll end up getting ill.
You're still human. Like we have limits, and that's the limit, clearly.
Yeah, I pretend to be human anyway.
Someone said, Boots the pharmacy, not just Boots in Antwerp.
Yeah. I mean, I hate clinical lighting. I hate it. I like even having these, because I put these ring lights on just to give a better, because I do live in mood light. I hate having, I just don't like it. I just feel like I'm shopping for like plasters or.
Unless you're into a medical fetish, then that's perfect lighting.
Yeah, they would love the lights my own builders put in. You can have them, please.
Someone said, love your job and never work a day in your life. Tongue out emoji. Someone being cheeky in the comments.
Yeah, tell that to the bags under my eyes. No, I do. I'm lucky. I'm very, very, very lucky. But also, I've worked incredibly hard for a very long time. You know, I started when I was 18, and I clawed my way up because no one really wanted to give me a chance because I didn't have any education. So I had to claw my way up, literally. Beg, borrow, steal, lie, manipulate, but boom.
So if, let's say there's a trans person in the chat, a trans and gender non-conform or gender non-conforming person in the chat, and they really want to get involved in maybe sex work industry. So either doing porn or doing or the sex toy sort of designing, or they want to design something for more trans men or trans women or non-binary people, or they want to just be a part of that beautiful community. What advice would you give to them?
I mean, in terms, I would kind of separate doing the sex work stuff.
Yeah, different ones. Yeah.
So sex work, I would say join Twitter or whatever. Find sex workers that you identify with, because as we know on Twitter, there's pretty much everything. Like, so have a click around, like dedicate a few weeks to it. You will probably find someone who you can align yourself with in some way, shape or form. Have a look at what they're doing, how they do it. For example, if they're doing something like OnlyFans, pay attention to how they're promoting it, or Just for Fans, or whatever platform of choice. There's a new one just about to launch called Society, who are really cool, so I'm going to work with them. And then just have a look at what, and if you're really sure you want to do it, I mean, it's important to remember, and I don't want to sound patronizing, you know, when you post a sex tape on the internet, it's there forever. Someone somewhere will have a screenshot, a screen recording. It may have been uploaded onto another, like, you know, you put things on Pornhub, people rip them, drop. So just first of all, be absolutely certain what you want to do, and that you're going to be safe doing it. It's not going to ruin your life. It's not going to ruin your interpersonal relationships. And then once you've got all that boring, you know, stuff out of the way, the serious stuff, have fun, you know, express yourself sexually. And if you're doing it authentically, I genuinely believe that people will connect with it, because at the end of the day, we're all quite similar in so many ways. You know, we all have our diverse kinks and interests, but I think loads of us connect over like arousal. That's why like sex is probably the most popular thing in the whole world besides food. You know, sex and sex appeal is how we sell makeup, clothes, food, you know, perfume. Sex sells. So click around, explore, like I said, find someone you align yourself with, and if you need to, completely copy them, rip them off, but just do it in your own way. And that might sound a little bit but let's be honest, if you want to make this a functioning business, it's good to look at patterns and like what sells, how can you align yourself with that trend, blah blah blah. And then the other side of it, the side that I'm much more the product development. So if you like want to go into like making sure that brands are developing toys that work for you, I would start by doing reviews. And by doing a review, you're calling out the difference in the product. So you can go directly to a brand and tag them and say, I tried this, but it doesn't work on me because of A, B, and C. And then when you build up that kind of reputation with the brand,
I'm really taking notes because I'm like, yes.
Yeah, Tony, you can reach out to me anytime if I can put you in contact.
No, I mean, it's always like, I don't know, it was one of those things, like, like hobbies and then curiosity and just exploring, because one thing I always love to do in my personal experience was like when I'm traveling abroad, I find a sex shop, and like in Italy you find them so often. Like I'm from Italy, so there every, like in my little town like where I'm from, there are already 5, while in the UK, besides clones, there are not as many. So it became a lot of online thing, but sometimes you want to see the thing and you want to try the thing and you want to speak with people that try the thing, and you see it's a different culture, and often you see the same kind of tendencies in society, like it's very male, in a way, like male centric, and now things are switching, so it's very interesting to see. And I think COVID, and I did speak with a sex shop owner, and I asked her very cheekily, "What did 50 Shades of Grey do to you?" And she went, "Well, actually, it opened for some people going from just doing missionary. It expanded their horizon, and I think that's what we're doing. Like, we're not just expanding people's horizons. And I'm identified as asexual, so for me, like, it's still part of my personal experience. I'm demisexual, and so it's it's an important bit of our life. So it's very interesting.
It's interesting you said about 50 Shades, not Only Shades of Grey, 50 Shades of Grey, because I actually butted heads with a lot of people in the scene in London. I won't name names, because there was a lot of like gatekeeping, and I understand about some of the things in the book were really, really, really questionable and like problematic. However, on the flip side, what 50 Shades of Grey did, especially in the UK, is it gave a lot of, and from my experience, women, cis women who had lived for a long time, you're not allowed to discuss sex because it makes you a whore, it makes you like takes you off the market, you're an old maiden, whatever. It liberated a lot of women. So I noticed a big influx, even at Clone Zone, of women, like especially in our Manchester store. Actually, that was the most noticeable. We had a big percentage of women coming in wanting to explore like more intense sex toys, BDSM, so on and so forth.
Tony, I don't know if you would agree. I do find also that sometimes that same brush also sometimes gets branded onto trans people. Is that you can't sort of like stigma around sex. So a lot of you can't be trans and really enjoy sex, or you can't be trans and hypersexual, and sometimes there's a bit of stigma around that, because
usually the rhetorical around being trans is I hate my body. What I try to speak with people is about what makes me euphoric about my gender experience, rather than always trying to focus on that negativity, because at the end of the day, when you're on your own and you have to entertain yourself, you find different ways. So it's always like people being surprised. I'm like, I would love to have different options, and sometimes we're a bit restricted, especially in sex toys. But so for some people, just thinking like, oh, you don't want to talk about that. I'm very open. I'm always talking about my anatomy, and I know that's not the experience for everybody, but for some of us, like I often go where I can, where the license permit it, I go topless. Certain places I might not be allowed because my chest might be identified as femme presenting, and so Instagram will censor me. Unfortunately, we had recently somebody from our trans chat being censored, even if he censored his nipples already on Instagram, it was still banned. So like, why are others saying so much about how I'm experiencing my body? Like, that's why I like people being very sex positive and being trans, and there are very good porn actor recently. The first trans man I actually saw was a porn actor, and so I don't mean that it has to be educative. Like, I don't wish to say that porn should be the place where people get their education, but it has also that task often. and for many people, it was the first time that they discovered something.
Yeah, because
so,
there's a lot to be said of both sides of porn. You know, there's obviously a lot of downsides, a lot of bad stereotypes, and like playing into fetishism, but also a lot of people have just discovered themselves through watching porn. You know, I know a lot of like people when I was younger, a lot of the people that I dated weren't out of the closet, and they discovered this curiosity from clicking a thumbnail on a porn website. You know, so I think, I don't know how comparable it is, but I do think that porn, if it's done in the right way, can be great.
Yeah, I've worked with different. I've tried to work with different organisations, especially trans organisations, talking about kink and sex positivity, and often they're like, "No, we don't want to be branded with that brush," or "No, we don't want to talk about it. No, it's not an important issue to me and issue to us." And I'm like, "Well, why isn't it? Because it is a part of us, and when you push it away, you're removing a part of someone, and it is that I think a lot of times when we have discussions around trans care, we don't talk about euphorias, and we don't talk about how to be euphoric, how to get that positivity, how to get that gratification. And not everyone gets gratification from the means of being around family, friends, or looking the way they are. Some people get their gratifications through kink or through sex or through sexual intimacy, and that's how they get the gratification, and that's how they get those euphoric moments. And I think that's sometimes missed out on trans healthcare a lot of the time, and it's always about, oh, we'll make you look how you want to look, we'll make you,
but also like
all this.
Sorry to interrupt you. There is a strong focus on the medical part of the transition. Like, I waited 10 years before actually starting HRT, because as a non-binary person, for me, was like, I'm actually taking a side. I was projecting on me a lot of things, and social transition at work and everything was so good to me that when COVID happened and the first lockdown happened, and I was faced just myself, and me and my partner were the only two people affirming my identity, I struggled, and I needed that euphoria, and I knew that the euphoric bits I was getting was the idea to get in, like, lower voice, beard. But like, for some people that's not the case, and some people cannot medically transition. So how do we support those people? And for example, the sex toys can be a way we can use to have that kind of euphoria. And it doesn't have always to be in a relationship. Like, you can be also the owner of your own euphoria.
Yeah, definitely. I think, like, to be honest with you, the best experiences anyone will have with a sex toy, in my opinion, will be alone. I mean, yeah, it's a great thing for groups and partnerships, but there are so many things about sex toys that, I think a lot of people will look at a packet and they'll see all this functionality, and it's like, why does it really need 47 different settings? But the reason it's done is because you can find that little combination that works for you. And then you can take that knowledge and that experience, and then you can communicate that to future partners if you're interested in that. So you can learn a lot from playing on your own. And I always will recommend that to someone. Like, start small, start on your own. Explore it. Like, treat yourself, almost patronize yourself a little bit, because you'll learn the best way to utilize it, and then you can take that. For me personally, I take the functionality I know from toys and I applied it to my own sex life.
So I think I don't want to keep you more longer because you're going to a birthday party later.
Oh yeah.
So have you got one?
I do. Yeah. I got my guitar. Yeah.
So I've written text. Look at me being organized. So what is happening now is a game of Taboo. Do you know Taboo, Topher?
I don't.
Oh, okay. So Taboo,
we weren't prepared for that.
Taboo is a game of wit and thinking on your feet. The guest will be told a phrase or word and have to explain it. However, it's not that simple. You at home, me and Topher won't know me and the people at home won't know the word or phrase the guest has, and the guest will not be able to say that word. So let's say I'm trying to think. Tony's got
I don't
all
know.
of them.
Banana, the banana. Let's say the banana is the word, and then the taboo words are you cannot say yellow. You cannot say I don't know. I can't find other words, but yeah,
Yellow,
basically.
fruit. You can't
Yeah.
say those words. So what's going to happen is Tony's going to message you the word and the taboos, and then you're going to have to try and explain to me what that word is.
In 1 minute.
And people at home can help me. I can see the comments there, so you've got help me, and you've got a minute to explain it.
I'm going to be so shit at this, but I'll try.
Yeah. For
That's the fun. It's hilarious.
For every one we don't get, it's 10 seconds added onto our timer.
So basically, am I like describing it, just not by saying the obvious description?
Yeah.
The obvious descriptors.
Yeah, and then for everyone we get wrong, it's 10 seconds added onto a timer at the end. And
do we have somebody taking all these numbers? Because
yes,
I'm a bit basic.
I'll add up. So for every one we get wrong, it's 10 seconds added to the timer, and for each second we have to like show how well we can deal with a banana. Does that make sense?
I think so. I'm sure I'll get it wrong, but I'm sure
it's fine. It's a bit of fun. We thought we would have a bit of enjoyment of fun halfway between. We're not very organised. So this is what happens.
Don't drag ourselves down. Don't drag ourselves down. Come on. So I'll text you the thing, and when you open the message, I will start the timer. So you have to be honest.
It should pop down on my screen because it's going to come to the music.
Okay, let's go.
Someone's like, YouTube banned the end of this game. We've got to be quite careful at the end.
Have you got it? Should I start the timer? Okay, start.
Hat.
Can you make gesture? I don't remember.
You can make gesture. We'll allow that.
Okay.
You can talk as well.
Okay, so I'm putting together an outfit for an event.
Hood. Mask. Puppy hood.
Yes.
Yay!
It's really weird because I thought you were going to speak to me about puppy hoods. Puppy hoods were in my head today. That's really weird.
Do we do one where now Quincy will?
Oh, am I doing it now? Oh God!
Yes, you alternate. Why do you have two bananas?
Oh, because we're just going to do it joint and add the time at the end, but that's fine.
No, it's fun. It's fun. So I'll send you the thing, and I made them teamed for all the people, the guests. So please appreciate that. Okay, I'll send that to you.
We've got a champagne for the congratulations.
Okay, tell me when to start the timer.
Yeah, start.
Okay.
So, not a man or woman. It can be somewhere in between.
Non-binary.
Yes.
We're rocking
I
this.
really doubt
either you're too good. Sorry, I'm looking at my phone just because I have the cues on the. Okay, it's okay. I'll send you another one. There we go. I'll send you the other one. Tell me when you read it, and I'll start the timer.
Okay. I'm trying to think of a way to say this without being too obvious.
I started the timer just because.
Okay. Can I use vulgar language?
If we are on YouTube, so yeah.
Oh. Yeah. Okay, it's really hard. Okay, I'm going to be in control.
Dominant.
I am going to. Then I may have a few people that I'm in control of.
Handler.
Yes.
Yes.
Why you're so good? You're too
I wanted
good.
to say something really vulgar and I stopped myself.
We are on YouTube, so we've got to be a bit careful.
Yeah, I'm banned from every other fucking social network.
That's what makes it even better. Quincy, I'll send you yours.
Yeah.
Tell me when you read it.
Oh, okay, ready. So, fetish and so
fantasy.
We talk about and fetish. It's an act of getting gratification.
Fucking.
No. It's an act of gratification. It's in the chat, but I can't. It's so I'd say pup play is this. I'd say yes.
Yes.
Sorry, I just shouted the F word. Like, I don't.
It makes the game even
vulgar.
I am sorry.
That's what makes it even better.
Someone else got it. Kink. Someone in the chat got it.
Yes.
I mean, to make them teamed. Yes. Tell me when you're ready.
I feel sorry for whoever joined at the time that you said that. Someone joined and you said it.
Shouting at my phone screen.
I'll send it.
Oh, okay. I'm going to describe this in the unique thing. When I put this on, everyone thinks I'm going to be really hot, but I actually get really cold.
Rubber. Latex.
Yes. That's
Every
an amazing description. Like, I loved it.
Every time I wear it, I get freezing cold.
Yeah. Everyone thinks you're going to be baking, and then you go out in the outside, wind blows, and it's just like.
Yeah, because all your sweat underneath gets like any movement you like. I remember running around Torture Garden feeling like I was going to collapse.
Okay, I'll send you your screen too.
Someone else got it. Well, obviously, Muck's Rubber Island's going to get that one correct, aren't they?
Yeah, actually, it's inspired to them. So, okay, I'll send you next one.
Next one. Oh. Okay. I'm ready. Some said Marsha P. Johnson was a
icon.
No.
Legend.
They perform in bars.
Oh, drag queen.
Yeah.
Yes, that was from Marshmallow.
Oh.
I tried to make it corny.
I was like, how do I say this? And I was like, oh, I'm going to do some history on that one.
And I love that the first thing you associate with Marsha P. Johnson was those words. Like, it tells you more about somebody, this little game. Okay, I'll send you. I'm getting corny. Don't make me get corny because I might get emotional. So I'll send you the next one.
I grew up like studying martial arts, so yeah.
I'll send you the next clue. Cue.
The next one.
Cool. Okay. I'm gonna make it very scene centric. The way to describe this. So maybe I'm gonna shop, and when I'm gonna shop, I'm gonna maybe wear something from Boxer Barcelona, or maybe from certain parts of Mr. S. Leather's ranges. I like a little bit of Polyblend. I like a little bit of Elastane. Maybe back in the day I would have gone to Fit Lads.
Sportswear.
Yes.
Yeah, I wanted to just describe it just by talking about things from within the scene.
Yeah, I was like,
we're not sponsored. We're not sponsored, by the way. Just saying.
You've got to be. You're very lucky that I know what Fitz Lads was. I think it's a bit of a thing of the past nowadays, isn't it?
I think I'm aging myself there.
Okay, Quincy, I'll send you the next one.
I felt like I was aging myself knowing what Fitz Lad was.
Okay, I'll send you the next cue.
Okay. Oh God, that's a hard one. Okay, I'm ready.
Okay.
Okay. Bark, bark. First word is bark, bark. Association with bark, bark. Another word for pup.
Dog, woof.
Dog. And then...
Doggo.
Wait. Dog. And then what's this?
Oh. Doggo.
No, what's this? What is this?
Oh, I thought it was Is that a jammy dodger?
No. What sort of thing is it?
Oh, dog treat. Dog biscuit.
Dog biscuit.
Okay.
Can you actually show? I will check later on the rules, and if you mix the rules, Quincy, I will make you do the banana video. I feel like that's a bit of a cheating thing.
I was like, I've got a biscuit. I'll show a biscuit. No.
Send you this.
I shouldn't have ate that jammy. What are they? Fox's
Sugar.
jam and creams.
Sugar.
Oh, I know the ones. Yeah, my granddad likes them.
I'll send you the
You're
next
aging me
few,
now,
Topher.
darling.
They're nice.
Send you the next one.
Okay. Oh gosh. I'm gonna. I don't know how to describe that. I'm gonna maybe get on my knees. Not for what you think I might be saying. Maybe I'll have a little bit of maybe I'll have a cloth.
Bit blacking.
Yes. It was impressive.
I was going to shout all at one point in time.
How are we on time? Like, I was trying to look at the timings. Are we on?
I think last one. I'll do my last one, and then we'll
Okay.
have to say goodbye to Topher. And I've already seen that Maxine's in the waiting room doing their makeup, ready to look beautiful for us.
Wonderful. It's actually a very fun game.
It is.
Okay.
Okay.
You ready?
Yeah.
Go.
If you flag grey, it means you like.
Oh no!
Please say you know the hanky code, please.
Of course I do, but I'm 400 years. Oh my god! Hang on.
If you're flagging grey, what are you flagging for?
Why can I remember on the spot what gold lame means and not grey?
How
am I? Oh my god! It's because I'm on.
Suspension is a part of it. You can be suspended. Oh,
you're almost time out.
You can get cotton, you can get bamboo, you can get jute, you can get hemp.
This is
Come
really
on, Topher.
I haven't eaten today. That's pretty right. Wood.
Time out. Time out.
Bondage.
Oh, fuck's sake! You know what? It's hard. I always have this thing where I always used to think that bondage was black.
That's heavy BDSM, I believe.
I know, but it was just. But like we used to study the hanky code in head office, and I was always obsessed with the fact that gold lame means you're a star fucker, so you only have sex with celebrities.
Oh.
Yeah, so I my head always goes to gold lame. Don't ask me why.
So is that 10 seconds for both of us or 10 seconds for me? What is it?
Well, who didn't guess? Well, I think it's a split. Because you focus too much on the hanky code. Like, I would say to split it also to make it fair to the audience. No. So we enjoy a show.
I think my colleagues are probably going to bollock me for that one.
They will do. We've got 10 seconds on the timer, Tony.
Okay.
What, do I have to eat the banana?
Yeah.
Okay.
In a seductive way.
Okay.
Not very seductive. I'll just do it in one. Hang on.
Okay. Remember, we're on YouTube. We'll get banned, but anyway. Okay. 3, 2, 1, go. Please don't choke. Okay, 10 seconds are gone.
Done.
You complained you didn't eat, so we saw that.
I might have taken that a bit too much.
You always go too deep in.
I'm proud to say that mine is gone.
I've still got mine, so I'll have it while I have Max. Sorry, I'll have it on. I'll be eating it while I speak to Maxine. Oh god, that was more banana than I thought it was. We're using the F word. It's already said. Quincy got demolished.
It's a bit unfair to having things in my mouth is kind of I can't talk about this, it'll get you in trouble. I had an unfair advantage, just put it that way.
Unfair advantage. Thank you so much for coming today, Topher.
For having me. Yeah. Thanks for having me.
That's right. Enjoy your weekend, and I hope to see you soon as well.
You too, and Tony, feel free to reach out if you want me to.
I will.
Brands here.
I will.
Have a good night. Take care. Thanks for the banana.
Bye. Thank you. Bye bye.
So, oh god, that was banana eating challenge failed. One thing Quincy can't do is eat a banana. So I think we've been keeping the next guest waiting. We're so behind on time. I don't know how we've done this. I thought we'd be like trying to fill space, and we're not. We're so busy. It's got so many amazing guests. They're just so many great conversations.
We need a Bentley to keep the timing.
Oh god, yeah, but he'll slip over. Somehow he'll slip over in his own room. No, Bentley. So we're going to invite our next guest who's doing their makeup for a show this evening. We're going to invite the lovely, the gorgeous, the stunning Maxine.
Oh my God. Keep going. Give me all of the accolades. Hi, y'all. Oh my God,
So it's the hi, y'all. It just made me faint there. It's like,
howdy, y'all. I know. It's the Texas in me.
Oh.
Can y'all see me okay like this?
Yeah, we can see it.
I'm just stunned by the makeup. It's so beautiful with the trans like colors. Like
Thank you. I have a show and a little photo shoot later. So I was like, we're gonna get as trans as possible with this.
I mean, it is the only day that can see us from space. So.
Well, that's just my makeup most days. I tend to paint for the back of the room usually. Why be subtle, you know?
We've been subtle for enough time. We've got to be proud and be visible.
Absolutely. I've never been subtle. I don't know what that's like. But for those who have, fuck that shit. Oh, am I allowed to curse, by the way? I heard y'all saying that when I get flagged for this, so do I need to put on my little filter?
To be honest, someone just shouted the F word as loud as possible. So
perfect. So I'll filter for a little bit. That way the bots don't try to get us.
So I've got hello from someone you may know.
Who? He's literally in the other room watching right now. I love that so much.
We'll have to get him in a bit.
Absolutely. I tried asking if he wanted to be a part of it right now, but he literally just got off work. And so I think he's going to take a little puppy nap while I'm on here for now.
Well, we'll have a little bit of chat. I've got there's some news.
Look, here he comes. Look, he just opened the door. Look,
here he goes.
Sure I am. Come here for a second. Hi, everyone. This is my puppy Gage. That's okay.
Oh, let's hide that comment. We've got greetings from Tron.
Howdy. Well, hello.
Greetings from Shiny.
Hi, everybody. Hello.
So, Maxine, I think we've chatted before.
A little bit, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. We chatted on Facebook to begin with. And then we sort of lost contact because we got busy. And then
I know I'm the worst. I'm gonna tell y'all right now. If you want to contact me, call me because I smoke a lot of marijuana and I tend to forget things easily. And I'm the worst at responding to messages online. I'll be doing something and I'll see someone's message and I'll be like, oh, I need to answer that. Okay, I'm gonna save that for later. And then later never happens.
This is why I was like messaging constantly going, hello.
Absolutely.
Hello.
No, I will gladly give you my number after this. That way you can call me and be like, all right, listen. Because I will answer the phone. If I know who it is, I'll usually answer the phone.
You'll forget who I am.
No. As long as I have the number saved. If it's like some random number from New York or something, I'm like, I don't know who this is.
I'm from the UK, so it's even worse.
Even crazier. But that's the thing is I'm like, I don't know nobody in the UK, so if it's you calling, I'll know it's you.
No, you know Quincy.
It's like Eurovision. The UK is calling.
Oh my God. Well, I can't sing for shit. I make a living off of lip syncing. So for those who can sing, I support it.
If you can't sing, lip sync.
Absolutely. I'll make you believe I can.
So, do you want to introduce yourself and tell people at home a bit about yourself?
Absolutely. I'll give you my drag intro as I do. Hello, hi to everybody watching. My name is Maxine LaQueen, and I am the suspiciously large trans woman of Austin, Texas. Thank you. I have been a drag entertainer for 10 years now.
10 years?
I've been living in Austin since 2019, right before this little thing called a pandemic.
Well, what was that? What was that? Did it happen?
It sure did. Some people want to pretend it didn't, but it sure did, baby. Actually, I have some friends dealing with COVID right now. Like, literally, their first time getting it.
Yeah, they're still going around. I work in hospital. We've still got face masks now in it.
I feel like it's going to kind of be like the flu. Like, it'll just always be here.
Yeah.
But just like flu shots, get a COVID shot, get a booster, take care of yourself.
Yeah. So
can y'all see this glitter at all? Did I waste my time? Do you see that at all? Or is
the
that...
little bit of glitter under the eye, like a triangle.
Right.
Yes.
Now you pointed it. Yes.
Spent 5 minutes with that. I'm like, I don't even think anyone's gonna see this.
So how was COVID for you, being a drag queen and performing? Obviously, you performed in bars, and then COVID happened.
Absolutely. So, excuse me, drag kind of became an online thing, so a lot of entertainers really took the time to create an online presence with TikTok and social media. And there were even shows that I have done and was a part of that where like they were online. So you had somebody kind of like this where we're on live right now, and they would introduce us and we would, be here like this. And then maybe we would play a video. So I would record a drag number, which is like the most meta thing you could think of being a drag entertainer, because for me personally, I need an audience. I need a crowd. And so it was definitely weird because not so much the online presence, because we all use social media, or at least if you're a drag entertainer, you should use social media to some degree. But having my entire personality and like my entire art form be online was definitely different, because I've never done that. So, once we started having actual shows happening again, I was like, bitch, I'm the first one out here wearing, you know how you had to wear those full shields?
Oh, yeah.
So a lot of us drag entertainers, we'd wear those, and I rhinestoned them. So I would like rhinestone the outer corner of it just to be like, okay, well, now it's an accessory. It's not just a mask, it's an accessory. Thank you. Yeah, it was insane. What was it like in the UK? I mean, y'all probably followed protocol a lot better than us Americans did.
I don't really know.
It was weird. They were clapping for the NHS every evening, and that was a bit weird. And there were a lot of rainbows that I found very confusing.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, basically they started like connecting the national health system to the rainbows. So I was like, are these lies, or is just or maybe it's a nurse that's also on a lie? But so there were a lot of rainbows, and it was a bit confusing, I have to say.
Huh? That's interesting.
So, yeah, and what else? What else do we have? We had a lot of. Last time I was on a live stream, I was drunk with a drag queen.
I love it.
It was tea with tuppence, and my friends kept passing.
Is that their name, tuppence?
Through the door. So I just had these double vodka cokes. Probably not double vodka cokes because it was home pouring.
Nope, I love it. That's how I like to drink.
Coming through the door for about 3 hours.
Oh my goodness.
And they were watching in the other room, knowing when I finished my drink. So
and then bring
I
you
finished
another one.
Drink, another one. So I got wasted, and yeah, I haven't done a live stream since. So I'm on Coke today, just Coke.
I love it. I'm here for it. I did most kind of live streams I do is if I'm doing my makeup. Really, I am not the most technologically sophisticated person out here, so I tend to gravitate towards the people that are.
Don't look at me.
I'm looking at you then.
I mean, well, I'm even worse.
By
Somehow
the
we
way,
pulled this
can I
together.
get okay, Quincy obviously, and then Tony, how do you pronounce? Is that your pup name?
Yes, Fenris. Yes, Fenris.
Fenris. Okay, Fenris. Okay, perfect. I just wanted to make sure that way I'm not butchering anybody's name.
Don't worry.
No, you're fine. I butcher so many people's names, and they're always like, "That's not right." And I'm like, "I'm sorry." I'm probably also dyslexic.
Being in the drag community, some of these bitches got crazy names, and I always mess them up. But I'm always like, I try to let them know, like, I'm an idiot, so I just don't know how to pronounce things. It's nothing personal. Yeah. But so I try to ask in case, I'm saying it wrong. Or if I do, let me know.
Yeah, somebody's questioning the kind of Coke that Quincy is having is Coke, the drink.
Just to prove it. However,
I'm drinking some coffee right now because the bitch is fucking exhausted.
But I mean, you commented earlier on that how much is needed to have these streaming, also especially with what's happening in Texas and everything. And you are a drag queen that's also identified as non-binary and trans. So, like, as I said to the puppy Belgium 2023 Marshmallow during the interview, because I was one of the judges, I said you are the conservative nightmare because you're a puppy. So a kinkster and a drag queen, so that's a perfect combo. So how do you leave it as, like, I mean, not play bad, like a drag queen and being trans and everything?
It's interesting. If we're gonna talk politics, I've had to stand up and speak a testimony to the fact that being a trans person does not equal being a drag entertainer. There's a difference between those things. But in a general sense, drag is a form of art. It's a form of self-expression. And being trans is who I am. So I always say the TLDR, too long didn't read. Trans is who I am. It is my identity. Drag is what I do. That's what pays the bills. It is my full-time job. It is my form of art. Everybody has their own form of expression. And so that's kind of where mine lies.
And I guess you're also a handler as well to a gorgeous puppy.
Yes, but is my mic working?
Yeah, I'm just muting you between because there's some echo. So I'll mute you when we're talking because of the echo.
Yes, and I'm also a handler. I'm fairly new to the leather community, and so anytime I have an opportunity to ask questions or for somebody to educate me or guide me, I am 100% here to be educated. I mean, I'm still relatively new to it, and so my puppy Gage, is also trans, and so I tell everybody there's no crazy difference with our dynamic as a pup and a handler. It's very much just like our relationship, Also, I might have to do something real quick. Don't mind me. My contact is a little dry.
And also, so we're talking about all these different things and talking about being drag queen and being trans and everything. There's some stuff going on in Texas at the moment around drag queens, and that is also inadvertently also stopping trans people. I think there's 3 laws, if I'm correct, that are going on in Texas at the moment, and you went to Congress. Is that correct?
So it's a lot. It is so much, but here's how I can describe it for you. There are currently how many? Over 30 states that are trying to pass anti-LGBTQ legislature. So different kind of bills and things like that. In Texas alone, there are, over 120 proposed bills that are anti-LGBTQ. And that includes anti-drag bills. That includes anti-trans healthcare bills. And so I am very much politically minded. I think anybody who is an entertainer should definitely use their platform. Not even an entertainer. I think we should all be using our platforms to discuss and to use our voices to talk about what's happening. Silence equals death. And so if we don't talk about it, if we don't educate people about what's happening, then we're going to kind of die out. And so this past Thursday, here in Austin is the capital of Texas. And so that's where like the government head is at. And so this past Thursday, 140 bills, excuse me, which is even worse. This past Thursday, the Senate had a state affairs committee put together to discuss 2 anti-drag bills. One of them would define drag as a sexual, as a prurient, or like a sexual activity, which isn't the case. Like, drag is not naturally sexual. It's an art form, which I try to hit home as much as possible. It's a freedom of speech. This is how I speak to people. This is how I use my art form for expression. And so the other one was also related to children at drag shows. I'm sure both of y'all have seen a lot of, good, bad, and everything in between related to children at drag shows. But so this other bill would specifically, how it was written was that libraries could lose state funding if it was found out that they had a drag story hour being hosted at that library. And so a bunch of people from the community came out to the Senate at the Capitol, downtown Austin, and testified. And so I was one of few that were in full drag testifying in front of these hearing committees in opposition of these bills, saying, okay, well, clearly, first of all, none of them have been to a drag show. Most of them have never even seen a drag queen in person. So representation matters. Being visible matters when it comes to what the public perceives us as. I mean, even the leather community, I'm sure there are plenty of people that assume who you are, or like to make assumptions, or what's that word I'm trying to think of? Stereotypes of the leather community, or pups, or drag queens. And so I was in full drag on Thursday testifying, which was insane. And then Monday, we had the House of Representatives State Affairs? Yeah, State Affairs Committee. My brain is a little bit fried, so bear with me as I remember everything. But the House of Representatives had a State Affairs Committee that was discussing anti-trans healthcare bills that they're trying to pass. And it would prohibit any minor, so anybody under 18, from receiving gender-affirming healthcare. And it would also ban physicians from offering it. Like, it would make it illegal. And so when I tell y'all the amount of people in the trans community and the drag community and just the LGBTQIA plus community that showed up on Monday, we had over 500 people register to testify against these bills. And then there's this thing called dropping a card. And what that is you have to be at the Capitol. They make it very difficult to do it. But dropping a card just lets the House of Representatives and the Senate know where you stand on these bills. So you can either be for it, neutral, or like against it. And so we had over 1,200 cards dropped in opposition of these trans healthcare bills. And then this is kind of like how crazy and how corrupt our government is here in the United States. Our bill was supposed to be heard probably like at like 10 a.m. But the House of Representatives kept pushing it back to the end until it was the last bill to be discussed. And that happened with the drag bill too. But because they had so many invited testimonies, which is people that come here to testify that they've invited, most of the time they're for the bills. But for these trans healthcare bills, they were actually against it. There were multiple like scientists, physicians, psychologists, psychiatrists, parents of trans kids talking about how like this is going to kill people. You are actively committing genocide against an entire community if you pass these bills. Because you clearly do not understand gender. You think gender is sex, and that's two different things. Sex is what you're born with. Gender is how you identify. So that alone, people do not understand. It was like 11 o'clock at night when they finally started having public hearings. And the chairwoman, last name is Click with a K. KKK bitch, fuck her. She cut off testimonies at midnight. And there were only like 10 people maybe that got to testify for public hearing, like public testimonies. That's where we register to go up and testify and talk about this. They cut it off at midnight, and there were still hundreds of us at the Capitol waiting. I was there for like over 12 hours, both days, dropping cards, emailing committee members, posting online to get people to show up. So it was like midnight. They ended all of the testimonies. Nobody else, no rescheduling, nobody else. And so those of us who were there, we staged a die-in. I don't know if y'all know what that is. Okay, you're shaking your head. Yes, love that. Fenris. So what it is, and for those watching who may not know, in the 80s and 90s during the AIDS epidemic, we were fighting the exact same people that we're fighting right now. We're fighting the same battles right now that we were fighting then, and trying to prove to these legislators that we're humans that deserve basic decency and rights and healthcare. And they would barge in on these committee hearings, and they would just all lie down on the floor like they're dead. That way, these people don't just get up and leave. Like, if you want to leave, you have to walk over our bodies.
No, I understand. Oh, I understand.
So we did that on Monday at midnight. I was literally lying on the floor chanting, like, protect trans youth, trans lives matter, all these things. And DPS, which is like, was it the Department Police Services or some shit? I don't know. But they ended up escorting all of us out of the building at the end. It was like 1 a.m. But like, it wasn't like, okay, get out. We were like, okay, we're still going to protest. So we're like walking through the whole Capitol, protesting, yelling at these legislators who like, there's like 2 floors and we're like on the bottom floor and you could see us on the top floor. So there are these like literally politicians and people just watching us from above, just like dumbfounded, like fucking idiots. And yeah, we were escorted off the property. It was a lot to process what's going on right now in Texas. And not just Texas, all of the United States.
I think it's also wider. There are things in the UK as well at the moment. But yeah, because the die-ins were the most successful campaigning act of the ACT UP campaign. So if anyone wants to Google what ACT UP was, it was a movement for HIV and AIDS in the 80s and 90s. I'm sorry, I just saw someone in the below, and they had their cat just walk across the screen. So it's quite funny. So yeah, let's talk about more positive stuff because we're here for trans visibility. Let's talk about positivity. As much as it's all a bit down. I hear, I don't know if the puppy wants to come in, but they're going for Lone Star Puppy. Is that correct?
Yes. So Austin Pink Weekend is happening here in April. What is it? The 22nd, I believe, 22nd to the 24th. It's the third weekend in April. And both him and myself will be competing for Lone Star Pup and Lone Star Handler. I'm going to be in full drag. He's obviously going to be a done up puppy and gear and everything. But I'm going to be kind of trying to merge the glamour of drag that I present and then also leather and gear. And then also we're both trans people, and that in itself, I mean, if you took away the drag and you took away the gear and the leather, being two trans identifying individuals that are competing for this title together, that doesn't normally happen. I mean, the trans community is so underrepresented in the leather community, and so that's one of the biggest pushes for us is to be representation. It is to educate ourselves even more. I really want to be a part of the leather community more. And so I think competing for this title is definitely helping us do that. You know what I mean?
It sounds very amazing. Like I can't wait to see it happening. It's just beautiful to see like the difference that we have as well.
I think, unfortunately, we're running over. I don't know what we're doing. We're like running over by miles in every direction. I'm like, I don't know what's going on. We've got two people waiting in the waiting room. I'm like, it's been lovely to chat to you. Finally, actually chat to you in person. If I keep forgetting to do this, if someone wants to ask you a question or wants to find out where you are or find you, how do they do that?
Absolutely. All right, y'all. So for those paying attention, if you don't follow me on Instagram, you can follow me at The Only Maxine. So The Only Maxine. It's the only one that pops up. I post nonstop about the current government that we are dealing with. I post incessantly about registering to vote, using your voice, using your platform. And then on all other social medias, Maxine LaQueen, just how you see it spelled right here. If you type that in, you'll more than likely find my suspiciously large self. And then if you want to follow my puppy on Instagram, it's at Derp, like DERP, Derp Wolf, which we have this like little joke about huskies. We call them Derp Wolves because they're just like sassy and like they just have cute little faces and they're like what wolves domesticated are, and like that's very much him. And yeah, I post about the shows that I have coming up. So please support trans people. Please support trans entertainers. Most importantly, support trans leather puppies, handlers. Today is literally all about uplifting the voices of the trans community. So I want to thank you, Quincy, my love. And I also want to thank you, Fenris, as well, for just listening to me and allowing me the opportunity to talk today.
That's right.
It was great. It was fabulous.
It's been great to have you here, and it's amazing to speak to you. And I do really hope that one day I can come to Austin, come for that weekend. However, money, money is the issue. But I must start doing drag. Maybe that's the way to go forward. No. I'll chat to you soon. I'll get your number and I'll call you soon. So love you. and we'll see you soon. Bye.
Bye.
Now, I don't know who's next. We've got 3 people waiting in the waiting room. I need a toilet break. So you're going to have, I think, obviously we've got, is it Shiny next or Spark next? Well, we're so delayed. I don't know what we're doing. It's so crazy.
So it was supposed to be the trivia.
Trivia round.
Yeah.
Do you want to do the intro for Shiny? I'll disappear. You go and have lovely time with our little nibbling. Introduce Shiny to the world, and then we'll come back.
You have
and
to
do
let
the
them
trivia.
in. You have to let them in because I don't have that power. But there was, there was.
Spark was meant to be.
No. Spark was swapped.
Yeah.
With it was 10:30. Well, we're doing the agenda publicly anyway. We're throwing shade on ourselves by saying this.
Yeah, I know.
Just a principle.
So who is it? Shiny?
Yes, and then it was 10:30 to 11. It was supposed to be Spark, and then Chef 11.
Oh, so Chef, apologies, Chef. We love you. So Shiny, you're going to have Tony all to yourself.
I know, it's going to be fantastic.
So I'll see you in a bit.
Oh, well.
Hello, my love. How are you?
Really well. And well, to introduce you, the lovely Max Rubber Ireland. Lovely. But do you want to talk about yourself? You probably do it better than me, to be honest.
Sure. I am Shiny. I use he and they, super gay. Into just about any person or any kink you could probably think of. I'm currently helping run Rubber Ireland or Rubber Era. And I do, just lots of fun little kinky doodads in and out and about the place. I'm just a fun, funky guy that's kind of not a guy. Oh yeah.
You bring all the cows to the gender, and you take away the gender, but you bring the cows.
I do. I've got like 40 of them out in the field. So I'll go get them now. Jason, we'll head off down the field there now. Make side for yourself, Tony. That's my guard. We'll head in the tractor.
I didn't understand anything of what you said, so you might want to slow down because it's a bit late.
I won't speak in my right culty accent. I'll leave that out of the game show. Sadly, no one will understand.
I mean, I feel like Quincy is very good to question people, but like
yes. Well, we should say hello to the lovely people talking in the YouTubes, Atter, and the floofballs, who I know is you, Sly. Hi, Sly.
Yeah, man. Ask people. You can ask, like, where do you have a shiny non-binary individual at your disposal to ask questions on trans visibility days.
If anyone has any questions for me, ask away. I am probably like the least non-binary person. I completely like disassociate from male shit, but God, do I look just like a regular old dude.
Husky, the drama queens of Douglas, exactly. Woof woof, shiny.
Woof, back. That's Sly. You probably remember Sly from Darklands. Short little puppy, rainbow harness on, absolute baby. I love them. Oh, and that is my little beta, Marmalade. Hello, Marmalade.
Hey, Marmalade. Hello. Well, we met. We met in real life at the Dublin Leather Weekend, and
yes.
I have to say, I had so many interesting conversation with other trans people. It's always good to connect with, well, like communities that are close, but at the same time, like that's
just little peeks behind the curtains.
Yeah, it is also interesting because I just realized that like my inner biases are so powerful that like I was talking about trans topic with somebody without realizing they were trans because my brain just went into the binary and was just like assuming that this person was as a gender man. I was like, then I realized it and I was like, I'm part of the problem, but not actually. Like it was very interesting. So, well, I always like rubber community and trans community. Of course, I remember you. I had a good time.
Come on, you little baby. I mean, the trans community is something that I'm still very much trying to dip my toes into because I haven't found myself in the larger Irish trans scene. For like me specifically, coming out kind of was just like, oh yeah, that makes perfect sense. Because when I came out from very conservative rural Mayo where I live and out and went to college, I met friends who were non-binary and they described how that feeling felt for them. And I was just like, that is exactly how I feel. So I had a very easy, just like, oh yeah, I'm that too. And they're like, hell yeah, get in the group. We're here. We're queer. We got nothing to fear. And it was great. So I had no like struggle or like self worry. I was like, I've learned about this thing. I
I mean,
accept that I
it's
am this thing, and there was immediately people there with me, which was great.
so. I mean, we
As
try
for the
to bring
rubber
the
scene, the rubber scene
positivity.
is doing. Yeah, we do. Sorry, I'm very excitable.
Yeah,
The
I
rubber
can see
scene,
that.
though, is doing lots of very fun things right now because we have rebranded. We are no longer Rubber Men of Ireland. We decided to throw that aside, get rid of it, because I'm obviously our first mix Rubber Ireland, not a gender to be seen. So we've changed to Rubber Era or Rubber Ireland because not everyone speaks Irish and knows that era means Ireland. But like we're now gender inclusive, and on top of that, we're also fetish inclusive. So we don't have an event next month, but the month after, we're having a just an absolute boatload of furries come and join us, which is super awesome because at least for me personally, any events I've gone to, there's been very few furries at any of the other kinky events around. But some really nice AFAB people who I found on Twitter from the Irish furry scene saw that it was a gender inclusive event and that it specified fetish inclusive, furry, ABDL, rubber, leather, etc.
I mean,
And they were super excited that there was somewhere that was like they could go to because they haven't had that yet. So we're making progress. We're doing things.
I mean, we get more people like we were saying before, like about unity and how like we're stronger to. Oh, they're back. Oh, dang. Oh, they're back.
Hello, Quincy.
You're muted. You're doing the pandemic.
Hello. Toilet was calling. I also got this. Sorry, wrong one. I think Shiny has husky energy. So I don't know what you've had today, but you seem very buoyanty.
Well, I mean, a full pint of tea is one thing. But also, I'm just always like I'm the king of energy. I got loads of it. I've got enough to spare. I've got just shit to give, buddy.
And then
also, I'm sitting crisscross applesauce, and that always gets me high energy.
Do huskies bite like that? Bite like what?
I don't know. Who's doing biting?
But yeah, I was really glad to hear about the rubber air. I got told that, and I've unfortunately got the old pin. I've still got the Mr. Leather Men of Ireland, Rubber Men of Ireland. So I haven't got the new pin yet. So I'm waiting.
I don't think we've had a new. Yeah, we still have the Rubber Men of Ireland pins. We haven't got Rubber Ireland pins. I believe I gave you one at Dark Times, if I remember correctly.
Someone gave me one. I don't know who. Someone chucked me it. It went, have that on your waistcoat. And I was like, okay.
I didn't get that. Now I'm jealous.
Oh, you'll get it when you go to Belfast.
I have to send you one. My mom.
You get me one when I come to Belfast.
Fantastic. Yes. I'll also give you a Rubber Men of Ireland bags. I have like 6 of those left in the corner.
Sorry, I might have jumped in the conversation. I apologise.
No, you're good.
Jump on. I also remember when I went to Ireland for Dublin Pride. It was really lovely. You had HIV positive trans woman lead. Rebecca de Havilland was the. What do you call it there when someone leads? You have I forgot what the name of it is now. You don't have like.
I've been in the unfortunate position to not have been able to march in a Dublin Pride yet. I've only marched in a Belfast Pride, shockingly. So I actually don't know. It's the full honest answer. I'm fixing that this year, but I've just not had the availability to go to a Dublin Pride so far.
And also the rubber, the scene in Ireland's a bit different, I find, to a lot of European, like the sex side of it. Predominantly, it's you just have socials, don't you? Because you can't really have that more explorative side.
Yeah, we don't have a lot of spaces that specifically cater to that. We used to in the locale that we do the rubber scene in. We had a space downstairs that for a while we curtained it off and had it as like a not safe for play area. That like if you want it, you go do it there, and everyone else will continue their social stuff upstairs. We've kind of gotten rid of that now and turned that into the munch area, so everyone can go wrestle. And oh god, it was so sweaty last time, so much wrestling. But we don't really like with the not safe for work stuff. It's fun, but like everyone can do that, and there's always the time afterwards, and you can use the social to meet and then move on. But like we try to, at least in the rubber side of it, we try to focus the social on the social, just making connections, being around other people who share the same kink, and going on from there.
Yeah, definitely.
Mm.
I'll let. So Tony, you went to Leathermen of Ireland, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. So you only had the first Puppy Island election as well.
Yes.
Which was really nice to see. What did you think, Tony, when you went there? Is there anything you sort of felt from the vibe, or anything you want to ask Shiny about?
No, I was commenting that as usual I end up. This time wasn't intentional, but I ended up talking about trans topics with other people, and I felt like it's a very vibrant community, and there's a lot of possibility. Like again, I think with the inclusion bit and the diversity will grow, as Shani was saying. They're connecting and making the events more inclusive. So that's something like I'm not specifically a leather person myself, but I do hang around with the other leather people, and even though like you can't think most of people are mask presenting, like there is actually a lot of diversity in it. So I think it's going to grow a lot, especially with like you with the Irish pops. Like it gives visibility, and I think they want to put. They will do at some point also an Endler title, so that's another amazing. Yeah, us yes. Yeah. So basically, we're slowly spreading.
So I know we're very pushed for time. I'm sorry, Shiny, we haven't got to chat to you as much as we wished.
All good.
So I think a Marshmallow sent us a video to do our game, and I think you know the answers. You know what's going on. So we're going to compete.
Are you ready for a game show?
Oh my gosh, that's beautiful. You're even
you
more
gave this
extra
job
than
to me,
the
and you
drag.
didn't think I'd go extra as fuck?
I was. You
Sorry,
said
it's
that.
heck. I don't swear. I'm a good boy.
Oh yeah.
Yes, we're going doing a trivia night.
Yes. So should we get Marshmallow to join us from the comfort of their own home, pre-recorded? I've got it here. So let's hello.
Hello everyone, my name is Marshmallow, I'm Puppy Belgium 2023. On the occasion of the Transgender Day of Visibility, I will offer you a little quiz about LGBTQ+ and transgender culture in general. I want also to take this opportunity to show my support to my transgender and non-binary sibling all around the world. Today is your day, so raise your flag with pride. There's my flag. So, alright, let's start the quiz.
So we should explain how this is going to work. I haven't got a pen or paper.
That might be an idea.
Yeah, I've realised I haven't got a pen or paper, which is not a great idea. You got a pen or paper? I've got a pen. I need to find a piece of paper. So what I think is going to happen is I'm going to find a piece of paper.
They're like that.
It's all good. While they grab paper, will I give the brief summary of what we're doing?
Yes, please. Thank you.
So what we are doing is we're doing a little Shiny powered trivia round. So our darling Quincy and Tony here will be given 10 questions by me, and then each time they will have to show their answers at the same time, and whoever gets the most points at the end wins the coveted trophy of their dreams, the converted Trans Trivia Championship.
Oh my lord.
What paper?
I'm a theater.
Shiny explained
Good job, buddy.
what's happening. So
Yeah.
we well, I mean, it's the beautiful thing of being live.
So yeah, I think we've now gone off Instagram because we've overrun our time on Instagram, but that's fine. We're still on YouTube and on Facebook, so let's keep going on that. So we're going to write them down and then we'll show them. I guess I didn't really hear, but yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
exactly. You both need to show me your answers to prove you're not cheating, and then I'll reveal.
Yeah. So are we ready for question one?
Here is the first question. Who is the most well-known transgender icon in the LGBTQ+ community who participated in the Stonewall riots? She was also an activist for the rights of HIV-positive people.
Oh, I've got two people here.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm confused.
So the most well-known transgender icon in the LGBT+ community who participated in the Stonewall riots, and she was also an activist for the rights of HIV-positive people.
I've got one. I think I've done the spelling wrong. Are you ready? Ready? 3, 2, 1.
We'll get them answers up if you're ready.
I'll just say it is Vera.
Yeah, that's what I put.
Yeah.
Well, Marshmallow would disagree with you. According to this, the answer is Marsha P. Johnson.
Oh,
I mean, it was going to be one of the two, so
it was one of the two.
Yeah. It was a coin flip.
Oh,
well,
I
that's
thought
no point
Marsha P.
to
Johnson was a bit. She wasn't around as long, so I thought it was more silver. But hey, we fucked that one.
We learn.
Are we ready for the next one? Oh. Go on, Marshmallow.
They give you a little wiggle time.
The answer is Marsha P. Johnson.
We know Marshmallow. Come on.
Here's the second question.
Look, we get that you're really cute.
In 2022, the fetish scene saw the birth of the first European competition for the handlers. Who was the first winner?
I have no
idea. Real
idea.
toughie here.
Do we get a hint?
Real toughie. Nah, I think they're just too forgettable to get a hint, honestly.
In 2000 and what?
In 2022, the fetish scene saw the birth of the first European handler competition. Who was the first winner?
Oh, I've got that one.
The first.
Yeah.
I'm embarrassed.
The problem is I thought it was talking about in the world in 2002, and I was like, what? I don't know.
Oh, okay. No, it was
Which of these three countries was the Here's the third question. Which of these three countries was the first to legalize gay marriage? Weapons first, Belgium. Second, Holland. Third, Spain.
I don't know. I thought it was
Belgium,
a Scandinavian
Holland, or
country.
Spain. Which was
My handwriting is shite.
I thought it was Ireland.
Oh no, Ireland was
Ireland did it back like...
I know because I did it at work. So.
Fair.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm gonna go.
I did that at
Belgium, Holland,
GBTQ
Spain. You've got a 33.3% chance of getting it right if you don't know. And Tony pulls ahead. Quincy, you're wrong. It's Holland.
Here's the first question.
Oh.
Which British music icon was named to the Order of Companion of Honor in 2019? Tough one.
What was that, sorry?
It was which British music icon was named to the Order of Companion of Honor in 2019?
Oh, wait. I'm
I'm
confused.
going to
I'm
put a
going to
name
say
down, probably
something.
wrong.
Yeah, I'm going to put it one down, and then we discover they're not from. Well, we'll see.
Ready? There you go.
What did you put? I can't read. Put
Sam
Elton
Smith.
John. I put Elton
Sir
John.
Elton John is right. Tony pulls ahead by 2.
Oh, I'm failing at this.
I never get
Number
anything
5.
right.
On June 12, 2016, Omar Mateen, a 29 years old man, killed 49 people and wounded 53 more in a mass shooting in a gay nightclub in Orlando, Florida, United States. What was the name of the nightclub?
Oh, I remember this.
Mm.
Do you know this, Tony?
Of course.
Ready?
Mm. Ooh. Ding, ding, ding. Points for you both.
I'm not sure we should be celebrating that, but that's fine.
Question
Very
number
true.
6. What do the color of the transgender flag mean?
Oh, we did that before.
Yeah, you had this earlier. But it's a memory quiz. Do you remember what it was? After all, why would anyone here in this call know what the colours of the transgender flag mean?
Are you ready?
Yeah.
I put masculine, male, and then non-binary, intersex, and then female, feminine.
Yeah, I put boy, gender non-conforming girl.
Like,
yeah.
The blue for masculinity, pink for femininity, and white for the transition or the in-between.
Yeah, because I remember it was color for baby boy, baby girl. I think.
Oh, doing so good.
For the question number 7, you need to guess, what's that flag?
Oh, God.
If you don't see the color well, this is a shade of green and a shade of pink.
That was really thoughtful. Thank you, Marshmallow.
Yeah, we're going back to watch the flag, guys.
I'm going to put something, and I don't think it's right, but I think it's the newer version of a flag. I think it's the new one.
I'll
You got
admit,
it,
it's
Tony?
one I wasn't aware of.
Yeah,
so
I got
would
it.
completely gotten this wrong.
What did you put?
Abrosexual.
Oh, I put gender
Yeah.
fluid.
Abrosexual is a person of a fluid sexual orientation and may experience different sexual orientations over time.
Did you get it right, Tony?
Tony did, yeah.
I'm failing
Put
at this.
Shame, Quincy.
Different sexual orientation over time.
Oh.
We glitched.
The answer is abrosexual flag. An abrosexual person has a fluid sexual orientation and may experience different sexual orientation over time. Here's the question number 8. Pay attention. Which country has the best laws protecting trans people in Europe? In this country, it is not obligatory to be followed psychiatrically, to have a medicalization, or even to divorce. Gender modification is based on self-determination. What's this country?
Do we get any hints, or does Tony know?
Does Tony know? Do you Tony to slide you a note?
The child.
Would you like me to read it out to you again to buy you some more time?
I'm going to put something down, and I don't think it's right.
Well, I don't know.
Okay.
There's
What
no
did you
time
put?
frame.
I put Sweden.
I put Spain, but it was very recent, so I don't know if it was Spain.
It's Malta.
Oh, we're going Malta. I'm going Malta.
Okay, I've learned something. I put Spain, but it was a very recent law change.
Question number 9. Who was the first transgender candidate to win a season of RuPaul Drag Race? A little clue, it was an all-star season.
I don't know. I don't watch RuPaul. I don't know.
Oh, God, I'm going to get ruined for this. I'm really proud of this.
I think
Prepare
I know
for all
them.
the gay shame.
I think I know who it is as well. I can see the face.
I remember I don't know. I just don't know.
I keep saying Violet Chachki in my head, but I know it's not.
I don't know even their names. I'm so sorry. I just know Trixie
Armin
and
in the
Katya.
chat thinks they know it.
Oh, Spark, message me. Spark.
That's cheating.
Oh, is that Spark? Hi, Spark. Hello, puppy.
I'm gonna skip it. I don't know.
Who was it?
Oh.
I know
Don't
it.
look
I
at
know
the
it.
chat, Spark got it right. No,
I know
Quincy disqualified.
I've got it.
Spark gets a point. Quincy gets disqualified. No help from your puppies.
And here the last and 10th question. In 2020, which actor who appeared in the movie Juno and the series Umbrella Academy comes out as a transgender person?
Oh, I know this.
Yes, but also we skipped before we could reveal to the rest of the audience who
Oh,
might not
it
be
was
on YouTube.
it's
and be able
Kylie
to see.
Sadiq Love.
Yes, there we go. Thank you. So yes, 2020 actor who appeared in Juno and Umbrella Academy came out as transgender. What is their name?
Oh, I know it.
Quincy doesn't know.
Are you forgetting, Quincy?
Quincy, come on, Quincy.
It is too late for you to pull back a victory.
Oh, I'm just gonna forfeit. Go on, do you know it, Tony?
Of course, it's Elliot Page. What kind of
Yeah, it's the wonderful Elliot Page.
It's kind of a different name as well, so it's kind of easy to me to remember.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, Tony's better at quiz trivia than I am.
Congratulations,
Not
Tony!
usually, just the queer one. Thank you, just the queer one apparently.
I let you win that. So Shiny, unfortunately, we're gonna have to say goodbye to you because we're running so late on time and people need to go to bed. So we're unfortunately gonna have to say goodbye to you. Where can people find you?
I am Shiny Popper everywhere and anywhere you can imagine, baby.
Yay.
I love how that was it. It was like,
So,
I'm Shiny Popper everywhere.
Yeah, I know. I got the handle everywhere, so it's perfect.
You're almost branded. It's a joke.
Think, unfortunately, Chef's getting ready. I don't think Chef next. But we love you, Shiny. We'll see you soon. Oh God.
you just obliterated them. Sashay away, just sash away without sash.
So next is Spark, but
no, Chef can go.
Oh, are you sure?
Yeah,
totally. Don't worry about it.
Bye.
Thank you. Because Chef came. Chef is coming after work, so we really appreciate his time here.
Yeah, I love. I'm just cutting everyone now. Silence. Silenced in Shiny.
Shiny, so pat.
So we're gonna have someone that I finally got to meet in Darklands. They were randomly on a call that I went on about boot blacking puppets and was like, "Oh, who are you? Oh, you're that person." And I was like, a bit late to realise who they were. But finally got to meet them in Darklands. It's the gorgeous. It's the woofing Chef. I was going to say Tiny, but I forgot to say it. How are you?
I'm fine, thanks. This is my first live stream ever, so really don't know what's going on, but it's quite amusing. So
don't worry, we don't know what's going on either, so it's fine. So, Chef, do you want to talk a bit about yourself?
Yeah, my name is Pap Chef. I'm from the Netherlands. I'm current Mr. Puppy Netherlands. I've been active in the kink scene for like 7 years. And yeah, always have been very open about my gender.
Great. I was unfortunately not in the Netherlands when you got elected. I'm a bit sad that I wasn't. But I heard it was a great election.
It was a.
It was a great election. A good competition.
Yeah, it was a very close call. Yeah.
Yeah. Because I think you had the international bootblack judging.
I was a telemaster there. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was at the contest quite a lot.
Yeah. What was I'm trying to think what we're doing now. What's your experience been in the last like how long have you been on the scene? Is this sort of the first time you're sort of really big into more of the Europe scene, you've been more local? What have you been up to?
I've been in the Dutch scene for like 6 to 7 years now. I started out as a very shy puppy, almost Velcro to my alpha. I was his little shadow following him around, being in the corners and really not being visible or trying to be visible. And I came out more of my shell thanks to Sada. He was really there to help me be more of a puppy, be more playful, and be more visible. And just being me, getting to know more people, I get more confident, and I grow up to the person and the pup who I am today.
That's great.
Yeah.
Tanya, would you like to ask anything, or anyone in the audience?
Well, the audience has been quite recently, so.
Yeah, we've gone down to 4 viewers from 13, which is fine.
Everybody's going to bed.
Everyone's going. Yeah, it's about what is it? Is it just past 12 in Europe now, isn't it?
Yes, 1 hour.
It's 12:15, 12:15 midnight.
Yeah.
It's quite late there.
Yeah, it is.
But people will be watching this back and probably wanted to ask loads of questions, so we'll try our hardest to try and cover as many of them as possible. I'm just trying to think of. So you've got a partner, is that correct?
Yeah, I have a partner, a girlfriend. She's disabled. Yeah. So it's kind of hard to get her into the scene, into the places where we meet up, where all the meetings are. But we're working around it.
As we all do.
Yeah. I mean, I did ask you how accessible was Darklands, because I met her there.
Darklands was surprisingly accessible. Yeah, we had our doubts because there were for a few quite
steep. Yes, there were some steep. Yes.
We wondered if the wheelchair was strong enough. She's in an electric wheelchair. It's like 300 kilos, so no way. If the wheelchair can't, we can't either. We can't push or something. But it was, surprisingly accessible. She came around everywhere, and she's really easy to chat. So I lost her somewhere around her trying to find a bottle of water, which I found when she was looking for it. So I called her, but where are you? She was like, yeah, at the bootleg stand. I just got up in a little chat. Okay, see you around then.
She's less shy than you are. I mean,
no shyness at all.
And because I think that's not, it's a bit of a different dynamic than probably in a lot of the other in quite a lot of the pup scene. Because a lot of the time it's very it's not male or because a lot of the time it's talking about more homosexual relationships, less of heterosexual relationships. How do you find that as well, being obviously being in a heterosexual relationship and being trans and being in these environments? Is it a struggle sometimes, or?
No, it's like most of my friends are open about their sexuality. Most of them have been in heterosexual relationships. So in my little inner circle, it's fine. It's just like when at Darklands, you get to see it's very much male to male contact, which I'm fine. I'm bisexual. I just in a relationship with her, and it's mostly the wheelchair, the being interabled and not being able to bring her wherever I want to, or where she wants to be, which is the struggling.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a big part of the community also to bring that sort of like inclusion, as in also for disabled people and people that have different needs. They could be
Yeah.
like there are improvements being done, but again, like people kind of forget that disabled people exist because they don't have access to many places, so they don't do adjustments for them.
Yeah, and also when they see someone being disabled, they don't really think about the sexuality, let alone being into the kink scene.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's Also, we're trying to work around it. She really wants to do. She really is into kinky stuff, but she just physically can't.
Yeah. So, I'm trying. My brain just went there. So, obviously, you're now elected title holder.
Yeah.
Woo! I can't see the sash or the harness about, but I know it's probably about somewhere. You got it all boot blacked at Darklands.
Yeah, my Toku did my harness. Yeah.
Yeah. Another trans person in our community. Actually, how was that experience? Like having being around other trans people and having that. I know boot blacking isn't always sexual, but that's still that connection of someone who is in your community having that connection and doing that boot blacking. How did that feel? Was that important to you or not?
Them being transgender.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really care at all, actually. I was talking to this with my girlfriend on the phone in the car from work to home. I was like, yeah, I'm transgender, and I know very many people being transgender, but it's mostly just a very small part of them. And I've I have quite a few cisgender friends who are really, really close to me. I can sometimes talk to them about being transgender better than to my transgender friends, just because of how they ask questions, how to talk about stuff. Being transgender makes you who you are, but actually it's just a part of who you are.
Yeah.
I mean, you said you're also like part of your outside kink life. You work with young people as well.
Yeah.
So how do you feel
my
like
volunteering job? Yeah.
Yeah, how is that like? How do you think it's important to like interact with younger people?
I think younger people need to know that it sounds quite cliche, but it gets better. You get to know who you are, and even with the waiting lists at the hospitals for your medical transition can be years, literally years. But it's worth it. But also, you need to get your life together, despite being transgender. You need to get. You always need to get a job. You need to get a house. Your friends, stay in contact with them. That few years, your whole life works around the being transgender, the medical transition, and the social transition. But there's so much more. And in my volunteering job, I am one of the people they can come to with questions. I'm one of the buddies, we call that, and they can ask me the questions like, "How do you come out? How do you make this decision about the hormones? Which operations you want? That kind of stuff."
Yeah. Do you find that we sort of need that maybe in the kink scene as well? Do we? Because obviously, pup play is often seen as an entry level kink. There's
the cat. We have a cat as well.
It's one of them.
Hello. Obviously, we have a lot. It's an entry level kink, so we have a lot of maybe younger people or people still exploring themselves coming into this kink. Is there maybe a need for that a bit more? In the pup scene, what you do like volunteering?
Yeah, I think so. I think every community needs some kind of mentors. I have that in my alpha, but I think not everyone has someone like that around them. It's really great to have someone to go to with questions, with insecurities, and just.
I think sometimes people are a bit intimidated by title holders when actually like the reason why we do go around with like is like I had somebody asking me, oh, what kind of trainer are you? Because I had my vest, and so I explained to them. It's just like I really appreciate like the question we can get, or the question we can ask to others, because like you said, with that community, I didn't interact with them until I met one of them that's also trans, was also one of the judges at the trainer and puppy UK competition. So it's also intertwining each other and like sharing experiences.
Yeah. But also at my regular job, I work as a nurse. I have lots of female colleagues, and they ask me questions about me being transgender, and also there I'm trying to informate them. And one of them came to me with like, what kind of what do you offer for youngsters in your volunteering job? Like one of my nieces came out as being transgender. Maybe you can do something to help them. And I really like that. I really like to be someone they can come to with questions, like really low key.
Yeah. I feel like Tony's about to ask the same thing. Obviously, sometimes that's really positive, and I guess it's really nice to be that sort of person that people feel comfortable to come to. Do you ever feel that sometimes it becomes a bit of a burden that everyone, you're like, not tokenized, but tokenized, and everyone just comes to you because, oh, you're the trans person, I can go and ask them any question, and then it ends up that you're just having to answer every question, or how do you feel on that?
I worked there for like 5.5 years now. So when my medical transition got further away, the questions stopped because they knew the answers. And I'm very open. I say you can ask me any questions. I don't really answer all of them, and they know.
Yeah.
But the funny thing is, I don't know who knows I'm transgender and who doesn't know, because I don't really tell everyone. I'm just open about it. But when the subject doesn't come to terms, I don't say like, "Hey, I'm chef. I'm transgender." That's not how I introduce myself. But somehow they know from other colleagues and their conversations. Somehow, I was like, yeah, I really don't know. So one day I had a conversation about menstruation and sexual voorlichting. I really don't know the English word, like the sexual education you get from your parents and how they do that and stuff.
Yeah.
And one of my colleagues was like looking at me very weird, and I was like, I don't think you know I'm transgender. And she really didn't know. She worked there for months. I didn't tell her, but actually she just somehow no one told her. So sometimes you get in strange situations, but yeah, I'm fine being the only transgender at work. I really don't care.
I mean that's the question I often ask. I'm like, am I really the only one? Because we have to change policies, and I'm like, am I the only one? So I try to make the life easier for the one that will come after. Like in pet play, my collar has the trans flag, because to me that's always like I really want people to see it and know they can ask me question. I understand that for some people, like it's not everything about me. I just want it to be like, oh, if you want to ask, you can ask me. But also, it's also because it has my pronouns. So
I remember the first time posting a photo with my with the scars from my top surgery on Twitter. I really I really wasn't that sure about it. I was like, do I really want people to know? But I was like, yeah, just fuck it. They are eventually going to see me somewhere not wearing a shirt. So yeah, why not just do it?
I guess it's something about body positivity as well. Is that you've got to be proud. It's one thing why I use Twitter as much as I like voyeurism. There is a bit of me that I'm not always confident in my body. There's parts of my body which I do have dysphoria about. and not so comfortable about. But the thing is by me showing off and being proud of my body, as much as it may not be the perfect fit, it might not align with what I have in my head. I need to show that I'm proud of it. I need to be proud of it. I need to show it off. I need to show that I can be confident in my own body, confident in myself. Because if I'm not going to be confident in myself, then how are other people going to feel about me as well? Because if I'm always shying away, people are going to feel I'm closed off. But actually, I'm not intending to be closed off. It's just that I'm not always aligning with my body. But I think it's that for some people, it's about positivity, isn't it? Taking the tops off or being naked. It's about their showing off body positivity. It's not about being sexual. It's just about being positive.
Yeah.
And also because I'm like, everybody's half naked. Can I be half naked as well?
Yeah. And I really, through the people I got to know through the years, I really started to learn to love my body for what it is. That I have these scars on my chest, and I don't mind them. They make me feel. They make me able to wear whatever I want. They make me who I am. Wow, how I feel about myself. But do I want people to see I'm transgender and maybe make that the first thing they know about me? And I was like, yeah, why not just do it?
Yeah. Yeah. Because it's a bit of a, because I go from the different angle. So I go from, if I show off my body, is the first thing they're going to think of is that I'm cis. So it's that different thing. It's like if I show off my body, I have a very masculine body. I'm AMAB, so first thing they're going to think of is I'm cis. So I have it from the different angle where I'm going, and it's quite interesting to see how we all have different experiences about how we show off our bodies. That you're showing off your body and you're worried that people are going to immediately think you're trans. I'm going from the point of view of if I show off my body, people are going to immediately think I'm cis. And I don't understand why we always have that. That has to be that. Does that make sense? I've now seen this or I've now heard this. I'm putting them in that box. So there you go. You're now in that box. You can't move. You can't go anywhere. You're now this. And it's not even sometimes we label ourselves that. They just put you in there. And I guess that doesn't help mental wise either.
Yeah, I think the boxes we get, this is the first thing when they teach us, like this is a boy, this is a girl. Yeah, boxes can get us, we label ourselves sometimes with that because it makes things easy to understand, also for others. But it's different when you put yourself in a box than when others put you in one.
Yeah, definitely. Tony, is there anything you'd like to add?
No, I was going to say, and also sometimes people see like transitioning as a linear thing, like, and so when I laughed at once, my friend boyfriend went and he went, sorry, where is Tony transitioning from? Because they were so confused. And I love that feeling. Like, I felt so euphoric. I was like, I'm creating chaos, and I just loved it. And I didn't want to miss that sort of, oh, I'm confusing people. And I got a bit of looks at Darklands because I was topless. And some people were a bit confused. So there's something like, one thing is people seeing something and putting us in a box. And then like sometimes I'm like, just it feels nice to just feel that sort of freedom in your body, and I feel like to me personally pet play me like experience my body freely. So I'm just it's not, for me it's not sexual, so I'm just being myself, and if I feel free in my body. I don't know if it's the same for you, so that's probably my question. How do you feel like? Do you feel like pet play helps express yourself?
For me, pet play is like really not having to think about anything in the world. Not really don't care about being an adult, having to work, doing the dishes, the climate change, things like that. You can just let go of everything. And I think pet play is the in the Netherlands, we have like it has always been an all gender event. We don't represent ourselves as that. It just is.
Yeah.
It's mostly male, mostly cisgender male, but every time there's more female pups, more transgender pups, it's great. And dogs don't care, animals don't care. Like, I love my cats because they don't judge me at all. Through my whole transition, they were there. They really didn't care how I sounded, which hormones I use, which name I use. They don't really care. So why should we judge?
Cats are just grumpy. They'll love you in 1 second and they'll be grumpy in the next.
No, I love you all the
Don't
time.
be biased. You're biased towards cats.
Yeah. Like, that's pet play to me, just like letting go of everything. Just really a way to let go and relax.
I do see more trans and gender non-conforming people in probably pet play than most other kinks I find, and I think maybe that is wise, that it's that freedom of being you. You can be who you are, and there's no judgment. It literally is your dog. There's other dogs.
No
there are
thoughts. Only pet. I'm only a
Yeah.
pet. I'm a puppy, an animal, like whatever.
Yeah, and there's no judgment of who you are, what box you fit into. It's just you're another pet. I'm a pet. I'm going to interact with you like I would a pet, and there's no judgment. It's just judgment free, and you're just in a mosh pit, and there's a load of cute other puppies with you, or cute kittens there, or a pony, or whatever, and you don't judge. You just act as an animal.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's probably why we get a lot. Maybe why it's an entry level, entry level kink, and probably why we get a lot of transgender non-conforming people join. Unless there's any other question, I did get Spark did say, "Oof, such a cute pup." Look at you wagging. Unless there are any other questions from the chat, I'm just very wary of time. I know we've cut you short. Apologies, Chef. I know you had a busy day at work and then had to wait.
I'm fine. I'm just really glad I can join you.
Yeah, it's really lovely to have you on here. And I do hope that I get to see you again around Europe, and I hope to see you on Twitter. And are you only on Twitter?
Yeah, on Facebook.
On Facebook. Oh yeah, on Facebook. Twitter and Facebook, going around doing your amazing things that you always do, and wish you all the best for your title year.
Thank you so much.
Is there anything you'd like to leave on?
I don't think so. I just think everyone should have people around them they feel safe around.
No.
Despite their gender, there's just people who make you feel good about yourself.
Surround yourself with happiness, you'll be happy.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's so great to speak to you. Apologies. Have a good night's sleep.
Thank you very much. I will.
Are you back in work tomorrow?
No, I'm going to the Gear and Dance.
Oh, have fun.
In Germany.
Oh,
nice.
Have fun. Oh, is that the new one that started?
Yeah, I think it's a second or third edition, I guess.
Yeah, and my Sash child was advertising in it. Stupsy was in the advert.
She was there?
Yes, there was an advert and Stupsy was in it.
Oh, wow.
I was like Sash child. I forgot I have a Sash sister now.
You do have a Sash sister. Yeah, sorry, I've adopted so many people. I forget.
No, but that's your actual direct Sash.
That's my actual one. You got
adopted. Yes.
Yeah.
The tree, the Sash tree is complex.
Oh, I'll message you later, Chef, and I'll let you know.
We'll be fine.
Anyway, have a lovely time, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you. Enjoy your evening.
Bye.
Bye.
Whew. God, we're running half an hour late.
Yeah, I think you gotta be greedy with the timing, but we'll learn for the next one.
We'll learn for next time. I think we didn't even allow ourselves time to breathe, and we're just like boom, boom,
Yeah,
boom.
that's why my question is getting lower and lower, and like my eyes would slowly like.
Yeah, I've been rubbing my eyes once or twice. I've been going a bit blind.
Long week.
So we do have 20 minutes left with Spark. Everyone was supposed to have 20 minutes. God knows where that went. But we're going to invite them, technically my puppy, to the screen. Well, not technically, actually. Spark is half dead.
Poor
Hello.
No.
Spark.
Finally.
It's the beauty of live shows. It's the beauty of live shows.
We leave the best till last, isn't that right?
Yeah.
You're biased.
It's me.
I'm so biased. We've got 4 people watching, so we can do whatever we want to do. It's fine.
Can I say the word?
No.
Well, it was shouted. There were bananas. There was a bit of everything.
I've still got the banana here.
Yeah, the one you destroyed.
Yeah.
Do you want to introduce yourself, Spark, while your handler is busy with a banana?
Yeah, sure. Hi, I'm Spark from Austria, Vienna. I was first run-up at the European Puppy Contest 2022. We don't talk about the one this year. And I'm the unofficial, official Puppy Austria, kind of, blah, blah, blah. The kind of title holder right now until we transition to get another one. Hopefully this year.
Hopefully this year.
Hopefully this year.
I'm supposed to be coming for it, so hopefully it's happening.
They said it's going to happen, so yeah, it's going to happen.
I've got busy September. Not telling you what time it is.
Totally busy with Folsom, Malta, and then the election with the puppy weekend.
Then New York.
Oh, well, not for me, so.
Oh, you have a bit life.
We got a message. We
got
got.
shiny.
Look at that cutie pup. I think indeed. I'm not sure if that's indeed to the cutie pup or indeed to busy September. So cheers.
Cheers.
So Spark. So you recently changed your pronouns and came out. How was that? What was that experience like?
Well, it was like, to be honest, you were a huge inspiration for that. You did something.
I did something. You made me choke. I'm choking up.
So, yeah, it was like, I don't know, it was this thing, kind of not really knowing what it is at first, because not really having a contact with any non-binary people. But when I got to knowing more and more people during even my time as first runner-up on Official Puppy Austria, getting to know them, it was like, actually, like, I'm not male, kind of. It's, for me, kind of, since being born, being pushed into this view of you have to be masculine, you have to be a man, but in the end, I'm like, but I don't see me as that. I'm like, I do feminine stuff, I do masculine stuff, I do whatever I can say the word want. And it was kind of like, I'm just a human, I'm just vibing with life and not trying to put a label on myself. And I'm like, yeah. And he, they, because the he is like, yeah, my appearance is masculine, but I'm kind of still non-binary.
I think you went to a LGBT gala ball, didn't you, recently as well, and you wore a beautiful dress to the gala.
Oh yeah, it was the Rainbow Ball in Vienna, where I was like,
why I didn't see anything? I want to see this.
I can send it to you. I mean,
yes, please.
I look horrible because I had a problem with my eye, and but still, it's like, yeah, they don't have any they're like, we don't care what gender you have, you can dress smoking or a dress. It just has to be like for a ball in a traditional Viennese ball style, and you can come in every dressing that you want. And I was like, fuck yeah.
That's cool. That's cool. Like, I don't know.
I'm coming to in a dress.
I feel like we need to do this in the UK because I feel like we're missing out with this ball scene because Vienna does it gorgeously, and it's just stunning.
Do you have to dance? That's my question. Do you have to dance?
I can dance.
No, because
I can do the walk.
dance. So if you do a ball without dancing, I'm happy for the fancy bit, but not the dancing bit.
That's one thing about this. Since Vienna has like a huge ball culture and everything, we have a ball for everything kind of in Vienna. Everything you can imagine, we have it. Even the not so positive stuff for people, but so we are kind of like in primary school, we already teach to dance the waltz.
I can teach you, Tony, how to waltz. I'm not too bad.
I absolutely cannot follow the rhythm.
It's a 3-step. It's a left.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1.
Together out.
I just accepted that I cannot dance and I don't like it. I hate it. It makes me feel uncomfortable. It's not a nice experience. Also, I think from the viewers. So I'd rather not. I like to see it.
Around.
Yes, I did that with a drag in Darklands. Actually, it was entertaining. Like, let's not talk about me dancing. So
yeah, dancing in Darklands is a bit different to doing the waltz, in personal opinions.
I shouldn't have compared the two on the same. Well, anyway, we're just doing like a chit-chatting thing.
That's fine. So as Spark, we had a chat, and you're a bit wary to start off with this, weren't you? Because you were saying, "Oh, well, I'm not trans. I identify as non-binary, but I'm not trans, and I'm not really sure if I want to do it." Do you want to just talk a bit about that? So obviously we don't want to put people in categories, but sort of explain that sort of, I'm not trans, but I'm non-binary, because a lot of people go, well, you're non-binary, so you must be trans. Does that make sense?
No.
No. What I'm trying to say is trans doesn't equal non-binary, and how does that? Because I identify as trans non-binary, you identify as not trans non-binary. Does that make sense? Just explain that to people at home that would be going, oh, you must be trans. You must be trans to be non-binary. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Well, it's for me like I don't feel like I'm kind of stuck in a body that I don't want to be. Like, I'm totally fine with it. How can I explain that? I'm tired. What was the question?
That trans doesn't equal non-binary.
Yes. Because I feel comfortable with my body. I'm fine with it. I don't have the need like that I feel like in a body that I don't belong to, if it makes sense. This is how I was born. I'm fine with it. Playing with the cards again.
Yeah. So the trans label for you doesn't feel like it fits nicely. Non-binary does because of the way you express and the
it's the way that I think, feel, and stuff.
I mean, it is an umbrella, so like as even though trans is an umbrella, like not all people might identify as trans, and that's fair. That's fair as well. Like, but it is a common misconception as well.
But the kind of way I could explain it is like I'm kind of like a soul, and this body is kind of the puppet that I'm playing with.
That's interesting.
So yeah, but obviously, a lot of the time when we talk about trans and gender non-conforming. or trans and non-binary, or sometimes we even just do trans plus. So that's a bit more of the, I guess, the umbrella term that you're more comfortable sitting under, I guess.
Mhm.
Yeah. It's just for those people at home going, why the hell are you here? And I'm like, well, we want to show all different parts of the gender spectrum. We want to show allies as well. We want to show, we've had trans woman drag queen on. We want to show everything. We want to show all the parts of the community, because we are one community, and we shouldn't be separated going, oh, you don't belong here, you don't belong there. If you're comfortable here,
We're not here to gatekeep.
No, we're definitely not here to gatekeep. I hate gatekeep.
Yeah, it's kind of like, and everyone has to have a specific label to kind of be part of the community. And I mean, I'm one of the hugest allies for kind of everything you can imagine. I'm mostly like cheering for everyone and everything. I mean, it was kind of once part of the job. I was like one of the leaders of the youth group of the homosexual organization of Vienna. And that's why I learned many different people there, trans people, gay, lesbian, bisexual, everything. And I was always kind of like, if they're new because they're young, I'm like, it's fine who you are. You're accepted, you're welcome, whatever you do, you're right. You have the right to be who you want to be.
Yeah, definitely. Someone said trans to me is wanting to change or identify as another sex, while non-binary is identifying as a fluid sexuality without wanting physical change. For some, that is. I can't speak for Tony, but I know Tony will probably pitch in after me. I, in the future, would like some physical change, and I would probably like to go onto hormones at some point in time. Unfortunately, my health has not allowed me to do it, and money and mental health as well. It's not
The
been
time
positioned for me. Yeah.
is well, I do want to. So what I wanted to do was to see how I would feel after starting hormones and see how the changes in my body will work, if the body fat would redistribute. But I wanted to understand if I wanted to do a surgery to feel perceived by others, but in another way is actually no, I wanted to do something. Like I want to have top surgery just to feel like a bit more free, just because I don't like the feeling of how my body feels now, and to avoid that feeling, I wear bras that then I don't feel comfortable in them. It's just like I'm doing that for myself, so that's something I want to do. And being on HRT, like the biggest change for me was the way I process my feelings. Basically, changed a lot, and I feel it suits me better. So to me, like HRT was a tool to express myself in a way that I feel more comfortable, but it doesn't have to be the path everybody has. And I'm okay with my body. I just want to make it like more comfortable for me.
So, Spark, obviously you changed pronouns and most recent thing. How was that for you? How did that one positively? How was that for you? And also, did it change the environment around you? Did you feel that there was change, or did it start whispers and talks in the Austrian community, and as it started causing change, you be visible as well?
Well, I kind of was. I did it silently. It was kind of like I just changed it on Instagram. I just changed it wherever was possible. I put it like on my new tag, like he day, and when I got the tag and people saw it, they were like, "Oh," kind of looking, and we're like, "But something doesn't fit." But it was mostly like pretty welcomed. Nothing really changed. I mean, there were some of the typical pups who always like to memeing around, doing a huge think about it, and I just ignored them. But it was fun. It didn't really change much. People still talking about me, and it was just kind of another interesting thing about me in their eyes, and they really appreciate it. And even the HFFK was like really appreciating it because they're happy to have a wide, diverse variety of people being there.
Tony's brewing on something. I can see those eyes.
No, you see my eyes, they're trying to stay open. But like, no, I remember having, because we were both judges at Brussels, and we spoke, and we said like, we were talking about like, you need to see others like expressing themselves, because it helps you finding yourself, because if you never seen anybody else, like how would I know? Like you might have questioned that but not have the words and the tools to give it. And I'm being Italian and using my hands, but like yes, it's like finding others that identify differently, make you maybe question yourself, or maybe finding yourself, or find better ways to express yourself. So I think that's why we have to be visible. And the whole point of us spending almost 5 hours on a Friday, like we care, and hopefully like others got that message, and bit of like it was fun, and some representation as well, because we're also different. Like we represent the kind of well the spectrum and the variety.
Yeah. And I think it's been a running theme as well. I think the two themes have been showing visibility so others can also see you being visible and learn. So we've had Texas about where they're pushing the laws back, and actually that's not helping trans youth. We had Oggy at the start talking about there was other visible trans people, so that helped them get into the scene. And then we've got Spark, who realized who they were because someone else was being visible. I don't know who they were. And then
I don't know them.
I don't know them. And then I think there's also been a safety thing as well. I think there's been a recurring feeling safe, and maybe that's because someone else is being visible, or maybe that.
And also the sense of community. There was also a lot about the sense of community, and also like sort of exploration, like.
Yeah, I realised we also missed playing this or that with Chef.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it went on a roller coaster, because I think like it's good that the conversation flows. But I mean, we will learn from the future. Like we did organize it with like quite short time. I think we did well for the time we did to organize it, because we do have busy life. So I'm not complaining to say like, oh well, it took time to do this, but I think because things change, but we use energies and time, so hopefully people will learn something.
Yeah, and I think to maybe as a fun last game, to learn a bit more about us three, all here is Never Have I Ever.
Oh Jesus! Oh
God! Tony loves this game. So if Spark, you know how to play this, don't you?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. So you put 5 hands.
I know that game.
5 hands.
5 hands, 5 fingers. we're going down. It's like we're saying like a sacred oath or something. We will be trans. We will be. No, I'm joking. So what you have to do is go, never have I ever, and say something that the others may have done before. And what you got to try and do is make sure that the people put their fingers down. So if I said, never have I ever worn a puppet, we'd all put a finger down.
Okay.
But you've got to try and get the other people out rather than getting yourself out. So think of things that other people have done, not you. So who wants to go first? Put your hands up if you want to go first.
I cannot formulate it, so...
Oh, God. Am I going first? Okay. Oh. Never have I ever... Oh, I haven't done this, and I'm really disappointed that I've never done this. But never have I ever worn a dress.
Dude. Boy. Girl. Whatever.
Tony's like, no.
Lame.
Memory purge.
I mean,
Yeah.
I was great performer once, so...
So, Tony, now your go.
Never, I don't know about this, I will try. Never I ever drove a motorbike.
Oh, come on!
Oh, look at that. That's right.
Really? Never? None of you?
I never have.
Oh my god.
What letter person are you?
Now I'm going to be mean. Never have I ever been to Great Britain.
To?
To England, Great Britain, GB,
Great Britain,
UK.
England.
You're there at the moment. Never have I ever been to Italy.
You twat.
Go on, Tony, your turn.
No, this is too mean. I can't say this. This is evil. It's just evil.
Do
I
it.
can't say it.
Do it. Do it. Do it.
Never I ever used a period product. Period products. No, I did it wrong. I told you I cannot formulate it, so I told you I cannot say it. That's
You
difficult.
literally put yourself down there.
Well, I know
tired.
something to go against Quincy. Don't worry.
I'm going to lose.
Never have I ever got totally wasted in Prague.
In where?
Prague.
Prague.
Oh shit, I was in Prague.
But were you wasted? Like totally drunk? Were you passed out, puked?
No.
Went to the hospital? Okay.
Okay,
Then you're
that
fine.
wasn't just on alcohol, but yes, it was, yes. Never have I ever, or I could be mean and get us all down, or I could, never have I ever never won a title.
Because no, we never won it. We were elected.
Well,
never have I ever been elected. Never have I ever never been elected as a title holder.
You just wanted to make me lose.
You've been elected.
I was. Yes, sorry.
You've been elected.
I said, don't make me do this game because I cannot formulate and understand the questions.
So, Tony, your turn. So you can either get Spark out or try and keep the game going.
It's very difficult for me to do this game, but let me try again.
Come on, Tony. We have to play against Quincy.
I know, but it's very difficult. I could done one with the age, but I don't remember your age, sadly.
We're 2 minutes over time. Come on, Tony.
I can't think. Well, I'll just go blind with this. Never I ever shaved my head. Oh damn. What are you doing?
No, I shaved my head.
Okay, it's not my question anymore, so somebody else ask a question.
Spark now.
Yeah, I'm thinking. Never have I ever had an Austrian pub.
No, I never.
You know which finger this is holding up?
Your turn, Quincy.
Never have I ever spoken another language fluently.
Explain it more. Explain it more.
Can you hold a conversation in another language?
Dan. Okay, fine. I'm out. I'm trying to say.
Ha ha.
Evil.
Haha, I can speak 3 languages. How many can you speak?
1.
Me.
Ah.
3.
This is why I have friends, so they could help translate. So with that, unfortunately, we're going to have to call time because we're already 4 minutes over. It's been great having so many people on, and somehow we've done it. Somehow we've done over 5 hours. I don't know how we survived. To be honest, I don't think we needed the break in the middle, apart from a toilet break. But it's been great. It's been lovely to have everyone on. We've had, oh God, who we had on, Tony?
As guests?
Yeah.
Well,
Ozzy.
Augie, we have Maxine.
Orion.
Yeah. With Rexy.
Maxine.
We said
Topher.
Chef. Yeah. Chef.
Chef.
Yeah, we need to go to sleep. We're so
Shiny.
We need to go to sleep.
We've had Shiny, we've had Spark.
We had Tony, we had Quincy.
We had Marshmallow, Poppin.
Yeah,
yes.
Marshmallow as a cameo.
Where was Richie? We didn't get Richie. We didn't
No,
get a video
Richie
from
couldn't
Richie.
record. I remember I told you at the start.
Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry.
And well, we can't forget our lovely people who watched the whole time.
Yeah.
Like That Geek Gaming.
You win.
The Fluffball.
Yes.
We've had
Bartho was also all the time there.
We've had Kevin. We've had
Tron was also there.
Kellen.
We had also Marmalade. That's Shiny's better.
We've had Tron. We've had Bluebee pop over as well.
We forgot Shaki.
Shaki joined us as well.
How rude of us. How rude of us. Unbelievable.
I think that shows Dawn was there as well. Literally, I think
Andy for half a second.
Andy for half a second. I think it shows us how much we need to go to sleep now. So it's been amazing doing this. If you're watching this back, thank you for sitting through 5 hours of us blabbing on.
I think we'll just skip to the banana bit and to Topher saying the F word very loud.
I'm going to have to segment it because it's going to be so much going on. But yeah, it's been amazing. And I think we might have to do this again, Tony.
Yes, well, we'll give each other feedback, and we won't ask feedback to the crowd just because I'm scared. But
you never know; they might give us anonymous feedback. But it's been great. We definitely want to look at doing stuff like this in the future. And thank you all for coming. Happy Trans Day of Visibility!
Yay! No,
Yay!
They cannot see us from space anymore, but.
It's been a lovely day. And see you all soon. Bye.
Good night. Bye.
Bye. And now I'm going to work out how to turn this all off.
How to leave, yes.
Oh, we'll remove you all. Tony's gone. And then I'm gone. Bye.